Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh, it's a beautiful day in America. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a beautiful day to be an American. It's a beautiful day to love Donald Trump. It's a beautiful day to say, God bless America. But the day brings no glow. That's right. Just right. Oh my gosh, no. 86% say no. Holy crap. 80% say no. Celebrate critical thinking, would you? Boom! Yes. Yes. This is the show. This is it. We're doing this. We're doing this. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. Hit that emojis. Hit those like buttons. Hit those subscribe buttons, baby dolls. Woo! All right, let's do it. One more stylophone. Here we go. Yes. Don't use the animals. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. I'm getting pumped, I'm getting pumped, I'm getting pumped, I'm getting pumped, I'm getting pumped. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. Woo! It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here in America. But not as hot as it is in the European Union. Oh my gosh, it's not hot. It's not that hot where I am. I hear it's hot where you are. It's probably hottish balls where you are because it's July. and the world is just rest assured, be grateful. This is the coldest summer you will know for the rest of your life. Every summer is going to be hotter from here on out. So be grateful for what you've got. Little worm-faced Americans, what are you doing? What are you so afraid of? Don't be so scared. You're going to be fine. It's the global south that's going to melt. They're all coming here because their countries are being destroyed by the climate. Haven't you heard? They're all coming here. Don't you worry, baby doll. Everything's going to be fine here in America. Don't you worry, baby doll. You don't care about the other human beings on planet Earth. What do you care that other human beings are suffering? You don't care about that. God bless America and all who's sailing her. Happy 4th of July, everybody. I know you're excited. I'm excited too. It's the 250th anniversary of America's independence from the British. And boy, have we lost that independent spirit, that rebellion in us, that revolutionary spirit. Boy, has that gone the way of the dodo, huh? I mean, I thought we were supposed to celebrate that little bit of chutzpah that we still got in the cackles and the hackles of our soul, maybe the conkles of our soul, maybe the cankles of our soul. You think maybe that's what's happening. Our cankles are swelling in America because we haven't exercised that revolutionary spirit in a long time. It's time to start thinking about it. Start thinking about taking the rich people shit and throwing it into the bay. You know what I'm saying? Just throw it into the bay, honey pie. Just throw in the bay, baby dolly. Let's just do it, Bartleby. I know you'd prefer not to, but we got to do something. We got to do something. If you're watching on Twitch or Facebook, drop a like. Let me know you're there. Thank you so much. I can't see. Oh, I can see. There's lots of people watching on Facebook today, and I really appreciate it. I'm not sure why Facebook all of a sudden decided to really push the algorithm your way, but hey, I'm glad that they did. I'm glad that old Zucker Tits is on my side this time around, just today. Tomorrow, it'll forget about me. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. Any Venmo or Cash App to Skyjack Morgan will go towards my coffee habits, and I'm being dead serious about that because my coffee has increased in price in the last 2 years by about 50% because of the president's tariffs. It's pretty nasty business, but hey, here we are, 50% higher prices on a necessity of life. That's the way it goes. Things aren't getting cheaper; they're getting more expensive. And I need it. So Cash App Skyjack Morgan or Venmo Skyjack Morgan. Everything left over after coffee purchases will go straight to Melania Coin. It's the most important financial tool of American future prosperity, according to Donald Trump and Melania Trump. Buy Melania Coin. It's going to the moon. We'll all be eating pizzas on the moon here pretty soon with Melania Coin. Melania Coin, because Donald Trump has never lied, and it's going great. It's not a pump and dump scam. It's not a rug pull, okay? It wasn't a scam. It's not a con. Shitcoin, meme coins are perfectly acceptable and legitimate businesses, and it's not a pump and dump scam. Stop calling that, all you naysayers, all you fudruckers. Stop doing it. You love your coffee too, baby doll. I haven't even filled my coffee cup yet. I haven't even filled it yet. I think it's time. I'm gonna push it down. Look at my beat up old. This is what look at my beat up old. I'm trying to save up money for a new, because this one leaks. This old French press, it's over 10 years old, and boy, it really shows it. It looks like an old cowboy canteen or something like that. I don't know if you can see it on the vertical feed. Maybe you can only see it on the horizontal. Let me see it. Can you see it? No, here we go. Look at this. All they don't even make this one anymore. But I need to save up money because the one from Yeti costs like $75, man. But I feel like since I use it as much as I do, I should just figure out how to raise $75 for one of these things. Get a mocha pot. Mocha pots are amazing, except they can't sit on your desk and fill. You know what I mean? I need something that I can sit there and like go. I can't take a mocha pot and put it on my desk. You know what I'm saying? I think I used to have one. They're great. Don't get me wrong. If that's the way you prefer, I don't judge people the way they drink coffee or whiskey or anything. You know how you know who could tell me how to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know who can tell me how to drink whiskey? The guy buying it. You buy my whiskey, I'll drink it any way you want. If you're paying for it, I'll do that. Thank you, Twitch Waters. Yes, it's got character. It's got character, yeah, but it's also got a hole in it. Luckily, the hole's at the top. When I fill it up, I can hear it whistling. So, like, it's supposed to be a vacuum in there so it stays hot longer, but it's not. Like, this is piping hot. It's not supposed to be piping hot right now. It's not working. I don't know if you guys, I love that you guys, so many of you celebrated 4th of July. I think that's rad. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. I think that's wonderful. I celebrated. I ate 5 vegan hot dogs and drank a lot of beer. Oh my gosh, Crazy Jackdaw. Where you been, Crazy Jackdaw? Crazy Jackdaw. That's going to help me with my move. I signed on the 4th of July. I signed to buy a new house in Albuquerque, Jackdaw, on a contingent that this house sells. It's weird because it feels like such a crazy amount of money, but I'm never going to see that money. It's not like it's my real money. It's just going to go from one thing to the other and never touch my bank account. But isn't that cool? Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Can I get some jubilations and some green hearts of courage and W's in the chat for Crazy Jackdaw for putting 50 pounds, pet, into the, now I can almost buy one of those damn things. Thank you very much. I'm going to buy Melania coin, a coffee press, and coffee. You're amazing. Thank you. Congratulations on the signing. Thank you. That's a big deal, right? It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. I feel like an adult. When do you get to call yourself an adult? After you buy your first house? That's a good poll thing. I'm going to ask that in the poll. Do you get to buy your first house? Is that when you get to call yourself when do you get to call yourself an adult? Is it first kid? First kid? I know what you're going to say. You're going to say first job. First kid? No, but it's not. Lots of kids work, so I don't think so. I think it's going to be first kid, first job. I'm not sure. Oh my God. I don't know what you think. Is it first kid, first job? Brilliant news, says Jackdaw. Thank you. I think so too. Thank you. First kid, first house. First house. How about first war? I don't know. I think it's just first kid, first house. What else could be your first for adult? First sexual partner. First job. Maybe people are adults earlier. I don't know. What do you think? I'm going to start a poll right now. Let's see what you guys think. I don't know. I have no intention of ever being an adult. It feels weird. Graduation from college. Well, a lot of people don't graduate college and they're still adults, right? First combat. I thought about first combat mission. I was thinking a war might be the first thing. I don't know. I definitely feel weird because I'm an old man. I'm middle-aged, and I'm finally buying my first house, going through the process. And it's weird. It's weird. And I wouldn't even be doing it if my mom were alive right now. Well, if she were alive, I probably would be buying my house right now. Or probably actually earlier, because I was saving up for buying a house when my mom died. I was like this close to getting enough in the bank to buy a house, and then she died, and I started a YouTube channel. Now I'm poor. 35 says, sweet sir. You just turned 35. That's it. I'm out of this survey. I've never gotten past growing hair in my All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. If you're not on YouTube right now, in a little bit, I will give away 5 free subscriptions to the Sky City Rebels, where I give, where we have extra streams, extra stuff, extra love in the chat, extra everything, and today, I actually have to leave my house so that the new homeowner's realtor can come and take some measurement. I'm not sure what she's measuring, but with me not here, I guess she's not going to be very impressed. First time voting. Interesting. First time voting. By law, it's when you turn 18. I don't think that's true, because you can't drink when you're 21. You can't drink when you're 18. You can't buy a handgun when you're 18. There's a lot of things you can't do when you're 18. By law, I think when you're 18, you are age of consent. I don't think you're actually an adult. I don't think so. You can go to war, you can vote. Up until the hippies, you couldn't even vote at 18. You had to wait until you were 21. So I don't know about that, Lucas Ward. I don't know. It seems like 18, that's what people say, but I don't think that's because 21, you can't do everything at 18. But I think 18 is that age that if you do something, everyone else can shut the hell up. That's what I think. Oh, you want to do something when you're 18 and if someone doesn't like it, shut the hell up. That's what I think 18 is. 18, shut the hell up. That's what I think. Like, oh, you're smoking cigarettes. Yeah, I'm 18. Shut the hell up. Oh, you're dating a 40-year-old woman or man. Yeah, I am. Shut the hell up. I'm 18. Shut the hell up. I'm 18. You know, you can't gamble though, unless you're on an Indian reservation. You can't drink, and you can't own a gun. Well, you can't own you can own a shotgun, but not a handgun. Which, you know, you can own a shotgun, but not a handgun in America. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Well, let's see what we got here. We're going to do the news reaction show right now.
Data points to find out, boom, what is the bill when it comes both to the do-re-mi as well as the cost in public opinion, not just here in the United States, but around the globe. And we're going to start off with tariffs. Take a look here. Okay, the loss to GDP in 2025.
What do you think? Is this what's causing? What makes you pissed about Trump? Is it the tariffs? Is it the tariffs? Is it the bigotry? What is it? What does it makes you pissed off about Donald Trump?
Trump's tariffs. Look at this. We're talking about $180 billion, $180 billion with a B. That is eye-popping.
This guy seems
But it's
sick.
not just the do-re-mi. It's, of course, the court of public opinion as well.
It's not just the do-re-mi from New Jersey.
Look here. Okay.
This guy, Enton, I think that he must be sick. I think he's under the weather.
We're talking about our allies, right? The net
That's the thing. When you watch news as much as I do, you're like, I think the old Enton's not feeling so well today.
approval rating of Trump on tariffs. Look at this. In Canada, we're talking 65 points underwater for our neighbors in the north. They hate the tariffs. Hate. Now, of course, we're talking about the first ally, really, for the United States when it was born all the way back in 1776, 250 years.
When it was born and they gave us that Statue of Liberty. Come on.
Years ago. Look at this. 74 points underwater. But you think that's low? You ain't seen nothing yet. We're talking about Germany. Look at this. 83 points underwater. Woof. Now, you know what? It would be one thing. It'd be one thing if there was a cost to America and the allies didn't like it, but maybe Americans liked it. But do we like new tariffs? No, we don't. No, we don't. Look at this. Okay, U.S. Americans on new tariffs on imported goods. You know, you go back to November of 2024. Look at this. 52% of Americans favored it. 48% opposed. Well, now we are in a completely different world. Yes, we are. We come back to the screen here. In 2026, look at this. 63% of Americans oppose these new tariffs on imported goods. That's up 15 points. Meanwhile, woo, down we go. 37% now favor it. We're right into the Hudson River right here in New York in terms of the favor on tariffs. Now, in terms of the cost to Americans, the cost to you, the American consumer, look at this. Okay, what are we talking about? Total tariff cost paid by Americans? $231 billion. Dollars with a B per household. We're talking about a little bit less than two.
That's the thing. Like, are you pissed? I'm fucking pissed. Why am I spending all this money on these tariffs? I didn't choose these tariffs. I didn't do this. Why do I got to pay so much damn money on my coffee? How come I got to spend so much money on these $231 billion, $1,745 per household? It's just me. I'm the household. I just spent $2,000. God damn. Especially, and you know what? If you drink more beer, your tariffs are higher. If you drink more coffee, your tariffs are higher. So I'm screwed. I drink a lot of beer and coffee. I'm done. Because my aluminum and my coffee beans are so expensive.
$1,000 per household. Woof. And that's just between February 2025 and January 2026. Now, I spoke about the tariffs, right? But it's not just the tariffs where the bill is coming due, right? It's about the war in Iran as well. And look here. Okay. Again, look at the allies. Net approval, Trump's handling of Iran. Look at this. In the UK, 50 points underwater right into the Atlantic Ocean. That's what we're talking about. But you think that's low? Look at Japan. Look at Japan right into the Pacific Ocean. 57 points underwater. But again, you ain't seen nothing yet because the Italians, look at the Italians. Trump's handling of Iran, 70
in the Mediterranean Ocean.
Points underwater. You never see numbers like this. You never see numbers like this. But our allies pretty much all agree they do not like Trump's handling of Iran. And look at this. In the median of 36 foreign countries, 54 points underwater. Oi. And you know what? It's having an impact here at home as well. Look at this. Look at Trump's approval rating. Look at him. Okay, Trump net approval on the issues, the economy, which was a strength during term number one. He was 6 points above water. I do love Henry Winkler. I love the font. 6 points above water. Now, what are we talking about? 20 points underwater. Down we go. And on foreign policy, look at the decline. He wasn't in too hot a shape back in June of 2018, 9 points underwater. But now Trump is 20.
Well, back in 2018, he was just, blackmailing Zelensky. Now he's killing schools full of children. I mean,
2 points underwater, right into any body of water that you want to think of. He's down there with the Little Mermaid. That's really the bottom line. And you know what? It's not just about the public opinion, right? Again, let's go back to the cost. Look at this, the military spending. Look at this, U.S. military spending on the war, about or even more than $72 billion. $72 billion. Now, I will point out, this probably will add some jobs later on in the year for arms manufacturers, but I'll ask you whether...
Speaking of jobs, arms manufacturing. Hey, arms manufacturing, it'll create jobs in arms manufacturing. Aren't you happy about that? You guys can all get jobs building guns and bombs. And then, you can build guns and bombs. Way to go, America. That's what you could get a job doing. That's what you're qualified to do, making guns and bombs for Iran. Fantastic. Awesome. Hey, I see that 47% think that your first job that's when you're an adult. I got my first job when I was 13. You're saying I was an adult when I was 13?
Not you think that the cost is worth that, whether the cost is worth that. But of course, what about Americans themselves? How much do-re-mi? How much do-re-mi are we really talking about? Well, how about this? The cost of the Iran war on Americans, the gas hikes, the food, etc. We're talking, get this, about $134 billion, perhaps even more than that.
So what you're saying is that because of Donald Trump, I lost $3,000 in 2025. Is that what you're saying? I lost $1,000 because of this war in Iran, and I lost $2,000 because of the tariffs. Is that what you're saying? Are you serious? Am I supposed to believe that it cost the average household over $2,000 because it's actually more? It's almost $3,000. Almost $3,000 because of the war in Iran and the tariffs. And you guys are like, yeah, Trump's for me. I love that guy.
And that's a cost of
I love guys who steal from me.
$1,000. No, it's more than $1,000 per household. It's this type of stuff that really just gets me very hot and heated. So, Maury, if you would.
Yeah. Oh God, he does this thing where he does an ad in the middle. When did this start?
Oh, man? Yeah. A limited edition Dr. Pepper creamy coconut. This will cool me down.
What the fuck? Why are they doing this? It's so weird, man. I can't stand that. I can't stand the ad placements in the news. Oh, I'm all out of. I'm so upset about the war in Iran. Children dying, people being burned alive. My God, there's a Holocaust going on in America. They've got people in concentration camps, and meanwhile, they're tariffing us so that they can fund this incredibly cruel and disgusting display of tyranny and bigotry. You know what would make this better? Crisp, cool Dr. Pepper. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what the world is coming to. Paid sponsor. Jesus, it is idiocracy. I mean, might as well, he could, you know what they should do? Enton should get up there and be like, oh man, the world's coming, the world's going to an end. Oh my God, all these horrible things are happening. The world's heating up. There's 1,000 people missing in Venezuela because of the earthquake. And what am I going to do about it? There's nothing I can do. I'm feeling depressed. You know what I need? A little Zoloft. Hold on, let me get it. I need a little water to make it go down so I can get my antidepressants. Make sure you take your Soma, your Zoloft, your Percocet. Make sure you take all your drugs when you listen to the news because it's depressing, all right? Okay. I mean, he's underwater over here. He's underwater. I need some, you know what I mean? I need some psychotropics over here. I need some psychotropes.
50th anniversary of the United.
I don't think Dr. Pepper's gonna do it this time. It's time for a line of cocaine over here. Oh yeah, it cost me a little extra do-re-mi, but oh my God. What am I going to do about this Donald Trump over here?
America with a speech on the National Mall over the weekend.
I got that gabagool over here.
The president's address that was nearly canceled over a looming thunderstorm that was pretty wild itself touched on the country's past and promised a great future. But
he touched I touched the country's past, like when I grabbed that flag by the starries, and I humped the flag. You guys all loved it when I humped the flag. They love it. They love it when I hump the flag. They love it. It's so nice to hump the flag. It's so good.
As is standard for President Trump, his remarks mixed in partisanship with patriotism. Take a look.
For 2.5 centuries, our American republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history.
Of human history? America is the crowning achievement of human history.
I mean, guys, I know you're not supposed to call him a national socialist, but he talks like a national socialist. You're saying that America is the crowning achievement of humanity in human history. In human history? Hold on. This is a good. I need this to be a. We need. I know you're not supposed to call him a Nazi, but you guys say first house, 37%. You're an adult. Don't call him a Nazi, but stop talking like a Nazi. Is USA the greatest human achievement in history? Yes or no? There's the poll. It's starting right now. Let me know how you feel. Let me know. America invented the wheel. Invented fire. America invented fire. America invented fire, the wheel. America invented humanity. There was no such thing as humanity before America. It is the greatest achievement. Before America, we were living in trees. And I don't know, fucking like bonobos. Maybe I would have preferred it, actually, living in trees and fucking like bonobos. But instead, I'm over here in Orange County, California, surrounded by these guys. They don't like it. They don't like you talking to their women.
Country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before.
We're doing the best we've ever done. Better than the 50s. I don't know why I keep saying make America great again, because it's the best it's ever been. These are the greatest days in history of America. These are the greatest days. It's never been better than this. Shut the fuck up. Shut up over there. Shut up. I heard you. I heard what you said. Kill him who said that. Kill that guy.
Unlike so many others in the world, in this country, we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that.
Oh my God, you pouty little bitch. Just read the fucking speech. It sucks anyway. The speech sucks. You're not making it better. The speech already sucks. And somehow this guy makes it worse.
We rebuilt our military in my first term. We used it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy.
Oh my God, bro. He's playing all the hits, all of his petty grievances.
I'm done. It used to be good. Then I did again. Yeah, it should have been my third term. I don't know if I told you, but I don't want to be controversial.
America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship.
What will it look like? What will this ID look like? If you don't have it, then you don't know. You don't need to worry about it.
What's the ID?
Your passport is an insufficient indicator of voter eligibility. You need your 3 forms of identification, a bank card, and a social security card, your birth certificate, and your passport.
Sir, only 25% of Americans have passports.
Then only 25% will vote.
And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel.
That's a lot of fucking exceptions. So like all of the exceptions that already exist.
There will be no mail-in voting except.
This guy votes by mail. This piece of trash, this garbage human, this hypocrite, this piece of fucking this melanoma. Have you ever seen the movie Weird Science where they take Bill Paxton and they turn him into a pile of shit? He reminds me of this guy, Chet. His name was Chet in that movie. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys ever seen the movie Weird Science? It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Anything bigger than a handful is too much.
You won't have cheating on the elections anymore.
We already do not in a significant way. Let's bring in MS Now White House reporter Kayla Gardner here on set with me. So what I heard even just in those selected
Kayla, lay down for us,
concerns
Kayla.
about communism, political victimhood, the SAVE Act, and continued election denialism. And yet it was a celebration of America's 250th anniversary.
It was not a celebration of America's 250th anniversary. It was Donald Trump crying and pouting on a stage like he always does.
I'm a poor little baby boy. Please feel sorry for me because I am the true victim. Your savior, crucified on the cross like that one guy, that loser crucified on the cross. I don't think messiahs get caught. Okay. The Roman Empire, they came after me way worse than they came after Jesus. Way worse. They're not fair to me at all. Not fair. It's really bad.
Meanwhile, fireworks, patriotism, and politics all taking
Let's see what Fox News says about that glowing speech.
center stage this 4th of July weekend. President Trump celebrating America's 250th birthday by declaring the nation is entering a new golden age, while calling out the far-left values that he says challenge what makes America.
Shovel, exactly. Donald Trump is sickening. Fucking people are sickening. Totally agree. Anyone who supports the National Socialist Movement, MAGA, is sickening. National Socialism is sickening. The Nazi movement, America über alles, like this whole thing is disgusting and sickening. You're absolutely right. I couldn't agree with more. It's disgusting that he brutalizes men, women, and children, and anyone who's politically vulnerable, anyone who has no power. He'll kick them in the teeth. He'll rape them. He'll do whatever he wants to them. Children. He rapes, buys, and sells children. You don't care, right? You don't care, but you're right. It's sickening. It's sickening. There are people who worship this guy. They'll go into people's chat and they'll defend this pedophile.
Great.
Is a nation of winners, and today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. Communism is a loser, and it always will be.
That's like he's lifting this from Hitler's speeches. Deutschland ist über alles. Wir haben alle gewonnen. Wir werden alle in die Erde schmeißen. Wir müssen alle umbringen. Niemand wird überleben. Die 1000 Jahre Reich. Die Kommunisten werden alle sterben. Sind alle verloren. That's what, like, I'm literally just saying Donald Trump's speech in a German accent. That's all I'm doing right now. And he just, if it walks like a Nazi, talks like a Nazi, it's a Nazi.
The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked.
Former Libertarian presidential candidate Austin Peterson joins me now. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. So the president is talking.
The president saying the fun thing. Okay, Ainsley. Is this Ainsley? I think this is Ainsley.
About the rise of socialism. He says it's synonymous with
The rise of socialism is synonymous with communism. The rise of socialism is synonymous with communism.
During his speech celebrating American values, remarkable that he has to do that. Are you as concerned about this rise in socialism as he is?
Absolutely. Good morning, Carly. Good morning, Todd. Thanks for having me. That was one of the great American speeches of my lifetime. It actually reminds
You see, it's one of the great American speeches of my lifetime. I love the part when he clutched his pearls and he cried and said everyone's really mean to him and he wishes that they would all see that he's a big boy because he wears his big boy pants. I love that part. I love the part when he said that he's he's been more persecuted than Jesus Christ. That's my favorite part. I love that guy. I love him so much. Donald Trump. It was the greatest American speech of my lifetime.
me of another famous Republican speech. Some of your viewers remember 1964 San Francisco at the Cow Palace when Barry Goldwater looked out of the convention and said, "Extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice." And the story goes, Carly, that this stunned reporter in the hall turned to the man next to him and said, "Oh my God, he's going to run as Goldwater." So in other words, there was no tacking to the mushy middle. This was pure Trump at his best. He wasn't reading the polls. He was telling you exactly what he believes. And honestly, this kind of anti-communist rhetoric, this is the kind of stuff the voters in small towns like Jefferson City, Missouri want to hear, Carly.
They want to hear Jefferson City, Missouri. That's what they want to hear as they're getting their hospitals closed and they lose their health care and they have to spend 50% more for coffee. I hope you don't drink coffee in Jefferson City, Missouri, because it just went up 50%. And I know you're poor down there in Missouri. I'm sorry, Missourians. Sorry. I was in Missouri a couple of years ago. I love it. Love it there. I'm not saying that you deserve it just because you voted for this newtzy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you got hoodwinked by a con man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your farms are all going belly up. Everybody's going bankrupt out there in Missouri. Sorry. It wasn't me, though. You can't blame me. Blame your National Socialist leader, Donald Trump.
Yeah, so how do you view the rise of socialism in this country? There are candidates who have won in California, New York, Colorado, Maine. They've won their Democrat primaries. So do you view this as sort of an isolated trend or movement within the Democrat Party, or are we looking at something bigger here?
I love how the dog whistle. Why do the Democrat Party? I love that they do that. It's the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Should we call it the Republican Party? The Republicans.
Oh, yeah. You want to know how radical this wing is? You read their own words. The National Democratic Socialist Alliance, the same outfit, their candidates just swept the primaries. They put out a statement blaming NATO for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They told Washington not to even.
Did they do that? Did DSA blame NATO? Did DSA blame NATO for the Russian invasion of the Ukraine? Fact check says they did. They condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but they simultaneously placed the blame for the conflict on the expansion of NATO and the aggressive foreign policy of Western nation. I see. They said that because of the DSA peace in Ukraine statement, the organization demanded an end to NATO expansion and called for the U.S. to withdraw from NATO, arguing that the Western actions set the stage for war. Oh, interesting idea that the stance group's criticism across the political spectrum for suggesting the U.S. was partially responsible for Vladimir Putin's aggression. What's funny about that is that Donald Trump wants to leave NATO. So there you go. Democratic socialism and National Socialism. Sometimes they got similar ideas. They both want to leave NATO
And sanction Putin. They called for the.
And at the end of the day, who needs NATO, right? I thought that was the North American Treaty Organization was there to take care of the USSR. And now that the USSR was gone, why do we still need it? Is it because we make contracts with foreign nations so that they have to buy American bombs, bullets, and guns? Is that why? Because we get to dictate the terms and what kind of guns we all have to buy? Is that why NATO still exists? I can't figure it out.
United States to pull out of NATO entirely. And after the tanks rolled in, they doubled down. So the next time somebody in the media is going to tell you that the right is soft on Russia, remember who actually wrote Putin's wish list and pinned a little rose on it. It wasn't the man standing at Mount Rushmore. This is the fastest growing faction in the Democratic Party.
Hold on a second. Didn't Donald Trump claim that he would have the war in Ukraine over 24 hours after he was elected? Not inaugurated, elected. He said that he'll have the war over before he takes the White House, before he spends one night in the White House, that the war in Ukraine would be over because he is the deal maker in chief. How come that hasn't happened? What promise has Donald Trump kept again?
The Democratic Socialists, or as anybody who's ever studied Marxism will tell you, these are the communists on the left. And frankly, it's time that we organize against them. I was glad to hear the president doing it.
Well, you mentioned Russia, you mentioned NATO, and we thank you for that because
never forget that the arch nemesis of the National Socialist is the Social Democrat. The Social Democrat was the only party. The Social Democrats were the only party who stood up to Hitler, stood up to fascism. All 92 of them voted to vote down the Enablement Clause or Enablement Act, whatever they called that back in the Weimar Republic. So, finally, Social Democrats are standing up. I like it. Maybe they'll take over the Democratic Party. That'll be great. Maybe I'll become a Democrat if they do. Maybe I will. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
those are two topics of conversation.
I mean, I've been saying for 2 years I'm never going to vote for a fucking Democrat. I'm never voting for a Democrat. Maybe I will now. Maybe I'll have to change my position. Maybe I'll stop hating the Democrats because people like Elisa Chevalier. What's her name? Daria Elisa Chevalier. Love that lady.
The president is going to be very much focused on this week when he heads to Turkey for the NATO summit. He'll be leaving later tonight. Are you interested in this at all? Tell us what piques your interest about the NATO summit and what you think we should be looking out for.
Yeah, Europe is finally paying for their own neighborhood, Carly. NATO is pledging roughly $80 billion in military aid to Ukraine this year. It's their border. It's their bill.
Wait, so you don't like NATO? Wait, so you do like NATO or you don't? What is the deal here?
It's not ours. This is the deal that we were always promised. This is what Trump campaigned on. Dwight Eisenhower, the man who built NATO, called our troops there a temporary expedient back in 1950.
Wasn't Dwight Eisenhower the one that argued that warned us about the military industrial complex? Was it Dwight Eisenhower who got on TV and warned America about the military industrial complex when he left office? I think it was. Yeah, January 17, 1961, he warned America about the rise and influence of the military-industrial complex. The outgoing president warned the public to guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by massive defense establishment and arms industry, cautioning that its potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Eisenhower. You mean General Dwight D. Eisenhower? Yeah, I like Ike. General Eisenhower said that we need to stop giving money to international organizations of military. Might Eisenhower, huh?
This was supposed to be a stopgap while Europe rebuilt. Now, 75 years later, Trump is actually the first president with the nerve to actually collect on the bill.
Former Libertarian presidential candidate Austin Peterson, we thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Weird.
Be sure to like. Deadly fireworks explosion in Southern California. One person killed, several others injured. A car engulfed in flames. And fireworks also setting this fire on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Why do we still do this shit? This stuff with the fireworks. Are you guys that dumb? You still lighting fireworks like a bunch of fucking cavemen?
Here's ABC's Melissa Adon.
It's old-fashioned and stupid. Why are you still doing it? Like, get some drones, like get some lasers. All I want is some frickin' sharks with some frickin' lasers. Like, what are we doing here? Little children die. I know MAGA hates kids. You hate children, huh?
Tonight, an urgent investigation into a 4th of July fireworks disaster in Southern California. At least one person was killed and 3 others injured, including a child. A chaotic scene unfolding in front of a home after a car caught on fire when a large quantity of fireworks ignited and exploded in Chino, California.
The car was just engulfed with flames.
How is fireworks bad? It kills kids. It burns property, billions of dollars every year in property damage. It poisons rivers and streams with heavy lead. It poisons our air with lead and bromium, stuff that's really fucking bad for you. It makes loud noises so that I can't sleep. Your dogs freak out. People with PTSD hide under tables and cry. People with cognitive disabilities freak the fuck out. They can't handle these loud, giant things in the sky. Children can't go to school the next morning because the fireworks have kept them up all night. I know this year, 4th of July was on a Saturday, but it isn't every year, is it? It's not. And it's not just 4th of July that idiots do fireworks. It burns down houses, blows people's fingers off. It kills people. So yeah, it's bad. It's a dumb idea. It should not be a thing anymore. It's old-fashioned and stupid. Plus, they don't make them here. It's not like they make them in America. They're made by some slaves in Bangladesh or some shit. Have you ever seen how they make fireworks? It enslaves people overseas. They're working in these unsafe, unholy conditions. And then for a moment, so that some idiot, some Yahoo can light something, go boom, boom, boom. That's that. All of that. It's all negative for a momentary pleasure of doing this. Boom. Like, I mean, you see, very bad. It's a bad idea. Look at this.
See that there's other people that are not leaving with their baby, but just be responsible. This incident, one of several 4th of July weekend mishaps coast to coast. A scary situation in Chicago when a firework hit a Delta plane coming in for landing. And
motherfuckers are hitting planes with them. It's time to move on from this idiotic tradition. It's just, are we still bear baiting? You still want to sick dogs on bears? What's the problem? Sicking dogs on bears. So we take the claws out the bear. We knock out the bear's teeth out, and then we sick dogs on the bear, and people bet on whether the dog will win or the bear will win. Let's do that. Why did we stop doing that? Let's do that because it was fun. What's the downside? We should do bullfighting. We should do public beheadings because it's fun. Let's do public hangings. Let's do it. Let's bring it all back. Let's make it legal to rape your wife again. Let's do that. Let's do all sorts of stuff that we used to do because it's fun.
Midway International.
Tower, we just had a firework at airplane, double 1076, continuing.
In New York during an...
Look at this shit. Drones don't do this shit. You're absolutely right. Drones are 100% better. Bro, when I was a kid over at the what's it called? The Griffith Park Observatory. They used to do like a laser show. They didn't have drones back then, but they would put like water vapor in the air and they would do laser beam shows. It was awesome. It was so cool. That was like in the 80s. It was in the 80s they did that shit. It was so much cooler than fireworks. So much cooler. Lasers. There's even now drones that can release water vapor, like a little cloud, and then project cartoons and shit in the sky. Like, just do that shit. Just do that cool shit. There's cool shit they can do. Like, think what we're missing out on. Think what we're missing out on because you boomers want to watch things go boom, boom in the sky. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. I'm sick and tired of it. I can't believe we're still doing it. How many birds die? And dude, it does a number on fish because they don't want to start fires, but they still start a bunch of fires. But most of the time they'll put like the municipal ones, the ones that like, because you'll be like, oh, why can't the cities do it? Why can't we just make it illegal for the dumbass neighbor? Well, the dumbass neighbor is a major issue, but they're inspired by the dumbass municipalities and theme parks. And so they blow them up usually over bodies of water. And the bodies of water have sea life or fish or aquatic life, and they all die because they think it's food. Like, you know how fish are. They see stuff fall in. They're like, oh, is that food? And they eat it and they all die. And plus, it's just lead and bromium in the goddamn water. And then you eat the damn shit. You eat the fish, you imbeciles.
Iconic fireworks show a small section of the Brooklyn Bridge catching fire. The angle captured by multiple people. A few miles away in Coney Island, police searching for a suspect who they say opened fire on a crowd watching fireworks. 8 people injured, including young children.
There is no place for this kind of violence in our city. We will not tolerate it and we will fight it.
Sky, you won't change the boomer world. You just have to let nature run its course. Look, I tried, man. I tried. That's what COVID was. COVID was boomer flu. But guess what they did? Donald Trump developed a vaccine and then forced all the boomers to get it, so they all survived. They all survived the boomer flu. They all survived. They did fine. You really should look up fireworks being shot at Trump Tower, Chicago, though. Oh, my God. Are you serious? That makes sense. Trump Tower, Chicago is a public menace, as Illinois calls Trump Tower a nuisance, an environmental, willful nuisance, that they also do horrible things for the environment. They've been smacked a bunch of times. They have been fined. They've been convicted. Trump Tower is a public nuisance. Thank you, Raul.
With every single tool at our disposal.
We're back here in Southern California. The city of Chino police arresting a 28-year-old man on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter. Now, as for those 3 victims who were hospitalized, they are expected to survive.
All right, encouraging news there. Melissa Don, thank you.
Some more breaking news to get to right now. Police in Newport Beach now say they arrested more than 400 people on 4th of July.
400 people in Newport Beach? Why? There's a bunch of rich people living there. That's like the rich area up. It's north of my house, and it's up there on the beach. It's right on the ocean. Newport Beach. It's got it in the name. It's very ritzy over there.
About half of them, they say, in a single incident in the Balboa Peninsula last night. Police released these photos of the chaos. They say a large number of young people swarmed the area, and then they say things quickly spiraled out of control.
Yeah, they're not going to let that happen. 400 people they arrested because they were lighting fireworks in a rich people's neighborhood. That's great.
Fireworks, blocked roads, fights, and a Pavilion's grocery store looted. Police say some people launched fireworks into the crowds and directly at police officers. One officer was struck by one of those mortars. More than 350 officers responded to this scene and eventually were able to clear that area.
It's a debate intensifying across the country.
Your community is telling you that we don't want this.
I think we should completely remove them.
What are they talking? They're going to completely remove them. Are they talking about immigrants? They want to completely remove immigrants?
Here in Pasadena, California, residents and city leaders grapple.
Oh, no. They want to get rid of these flock cameras. No surveillance, no ICE, no flock. Wow. That's pretty. Put that on a bumper sticker. Surveillance, kind of a long word. No spying. How about that? No spying, no ICE, no flock.
With what to do about Flock, the leading manufacturer of automated license plates.
What the flock? How do we get this company to go out of business? How do we? Why? See, you know what? Wouldn't it be great if someone like Elon Musk would buy Flock and then just shut it down? That'd be cool. I wish someone with a lot of money would just buy Flock and then shutter it. But no one cool. The rich people aren't cool anymore.
Plate readers or ALPRs. The cameras are installed at intersections and capture detailed vehicle data, which AI can analyze to identify people and alert.
Can analyze? AI is analyzing. What do you think they're building data centers for? They're not building, just so you know, they're not building data centers for your little chat bots that's giving you, I don't know, I heard that people are like doing sexy talk with their chat box. Now, that's not what the data centers are for. Your sexy time with ChatGPT is not your AI whack off time is not why they're building data centers. They're building data centers because these things are developing. They're producing so much data, collecting so much data on all of us. Every single license plate that drives through, the color of our skin. They take pictures of all of us. They know exactly where we're going, when we're going, everywhere, and they need giant data centers to parse all that data, to crunch the numbers. That's what it's there for. AI is. That's why they're doing all this shit.
Authorities who say it's an important crime-fighting tool. But critics argue the cameras have created a mass surveillance network that's been tapped by federal immigration agencies like...
You can't sexy talk real adults anymore, Smoking Blondie. You get blocked. I think that's what they're doing. I think people are sending dick pics to AI now. I think that's probably what's happening. I don't know. Ladies, are you still getting dick pics out there in the streets? When I lived in Las Vegas, I had like 400 female coworkers because I was in beverage. And I had like 100 men and 400 women that were working under me. And the women would tell me the craziest shit that guys would send them, and all the they would show me like the creepy messages that these guys, just random dudes, taxi drivers would follow them home, Uber drivers, like, and these are just like, they're just cocktail servers, you know, they're going home in their sweats and getting a ride home or whatever, and guys will stalk them. God, it was so hard to live as a woman, I think. Are you still getting those? You still getting those things? I wonder.
ICE to surveil protesters and monitor individuals.
The battle over controversial flock cameras in Troy is heating up.
It's playing out across the country, from Troy, New York, where the mayor declared an emergency to keep the cameras running after public pushback.
Get the flock out of Troy. Thank you very much.
To Dayton, Ohio, where authorities took to covering its cameras with what looks like garbage bags after the city voted to suspend...
Oh, I like it. Covered up with garbage bags.
Flock. Across the country, at least 57 municipalities have canceled or let their contracts with Flock
Nice. They're starting to cancel. Good.
expire over the past year, with 15 more rejecting proposed Flock contracts due to community pushback, according to data compiled by NBC News.
So this is above and beyond the license plate detection, and you can see that it sort of follows him in the shot.
Yadi Yancey and Nick Rand are co-founders of D-Flock Pasadena, a grassroots organization hoping to pressure Pasadena to cancel its existing contract with Flock. What's the biggest concern here?
I think the biggest concern is that if these technologies were used and the data got through to ICE and led to a raid, or was used by police for a wrongful conviction, and basically ruined someone's life.
There needs to be more community input and consensus and consent before deploying this.
I don't know why this whole before deploying anything. No, I hate this talk, this wishy-washy liberal talk. No, I don't want to be surveilled. How about that? No, never should we ever have cameras on us that the state owns. Ever. Never, ever. Forever, ever. For never, never. For never. For never. Never. No amount of consent or, oh, we should have another talk about whether it's okay to record us. Fuck you. No, I do not want to be recorded. I do not want cameras chasing me around. That lady in Texas, or was it Florida? I don't know. She ended up in jail for 13 days. She was eating maggot-ridden food in solitary confinement because they got the wrong car. Because someone said a hit and run car was maroon, but it was in black, or it was black and not maroon. And the Flock camera said, "Oh yeah, black Durango. Good. Put that lady in jail." And they put her in jail. She had nothing to do with the accident. She was wrongfully imprisoned and tortured. Never should we be under surveillance by our government. What is it with you guys? It's the 6th of July, people. Wake up. You're supposed to be a revolutionary. You're supposed to resist.
And any other mass surveillance technology.
D-Flock activists.
Any surveillance technology. No surveillance technology.
Requested public records reviewed by NBC News, finding that Pasadena's database was requested by various law enforcement agencies in the summer of 2025. In dozens of those requests, the reason given included FBI or ICE. One specific query on June 9th, 2025 confirmed.
What flag is this? This is the Keith Haring American flag.
Confirmed by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, listed ICE protest as the reason for a search of 830 separate surveillance camera networks in Flock system.
ICE protest. Almost 1,000 cameras pulled. Let's pull all the footage from all those cameras because of an ICE protest, meaning that anyone who showed up to a protest exercising their First Amendment right, which Donald Trump says we still had. He said on 4th of July, we still have the First Amendment, freedom of speech for now, sort of. Then why are you surveilling us? Why are you taking pictures of people at a nice protest?
Including Pasadena's flock cameras. The search request came on the very same day as a peaceful protest at an ICE facility in San Bernardino. Flock says it had pilot projects with several federal agencies during this time period, including with Customs and Border Protection, but says that all its federal pilot programs ended by August of last year. However, according to Pasadena's transparency portal maintained by Flock, it was still sharing its data with a regional intelligence center that facilitates information sharing between local, state, and federal agencies until last month, discontinuing access after NBC News reached out. In emails to NBC News, the city of Pasadena says it's taking a, quote, cautious approach and is working with the city council to identify next steps for it.
Tear them down. People should be sawing those things off. They should be lighting them on fire. I cannot believe that more people are not pissed off by that. I don't have any of them in my town, but I swear to God, if I see one, I'm going to throw a rock at it. I don't give a shit. Arrest me.
Joining us now, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Speaker, great to have you back with us.
I think that we should be spying on everybody, especially all them gays, because I'm not gay, I swear to God.
All right, your thoughts on 250 into this experiment?
A ding-dang-do. We got 250 years of this wonderful experiment called America, and now we're going to make sure all the blacks can't vote again.
It's amazing. We are celebrating the greatest nation the world has ever seen.
We're going to go back to the way it was in 250 years ago, where you can own a black man, you can slap your wife in the mouth and knock all the teeth out, and nobody can do nothing about it, because women can't vote. That's the way I think we should run. That's a making America great again. We got to make sure all those Negroes take their place in the line of hierarchy. Make sure that they all know their place. That's the way we do it down in Louisiana. That's what I say. Well, 250 years ago, ding dang do, they really know what they're doing. They knew what to do. The founding fathers. I think they were wise as wise can be. They knew the score.
And it was full of activities and events here in Capitol Hill this weekend. We were up till over after 2 a.m. 2 nights in a row, and could have kept going. The president was excited to deliver that.
We could have kept going. And Donald Trump did. He was so high. He was high as a kite. He had so much methamphetamines coursing through those old rusty old veins. He looked like a wind-up toy, just wind up a little too tight, man. He was going around in circles just talking about Arnold Palmer schlong like he couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to. He just couldn't quit. He wanted to dance to YMCA one more time. I said, Donald, you've been playing that song just darn too much. That's a dadgum Gaylord song, and I ain't gay. I swear to God, I'm not gay. I swear. I've never done nothing.
Speech in spite of the elements last night, and he told me backstage before he went out there, Mike, there's no way we could have postponed this. I said, you're right, sir. It was really well done.
Yeah, there were thousands of people who were willing to come back, despite multiple evacuations, to be there for all of the festivities last night. The president touched on something. He touched on this idea of the return of communism, and I know that you've talked about this too. Democrats are having to grapple with who's calling the shots in their party, as these Democratic Socialist members are having great success.
Democratic Socialist members are calling the shots.
To Politico this week that neither Republicans nor Democrats really fully grasp what they're dealing with here. He says this: if you're playing the old politics of tax cuts and wars everywhere and doing the bidding of Israel, his words, let me be blunt, you're finished. I just keep telling people it's
pretty good. Yeah, if you're playing the old politics of tax cuts and wars everywhere and doing the bidding of Israel, let me be blunt, you're finished. I like it. What do you think? Do you think that's a good one?
a flashing red light, and the Senate Majority Leader John Thunes of the world and House Speaker Mike Johnson better understand that the old politics are gone. Your response?
Well, Steve needs to see what we've been saying. I've been saying this for years and on the campaign trail for over a year and a half. And since Mamdani got elected in New York, I've been out on the campaign trail country-wide, across coast to coast, every swing district, blue states, red states, saying the same thing. There are many Mamdanis popping up, running for Congress around the country, and you better be very serious about this.
There are many Mamdanis, and I don't know about Mamdani Mamis. There are a lot of Mommy Mamdanis. There are a lot of Mamdanis.
This is a serious threat to our whole system of government. These are Marxist. It's communism, socialism. Those are deviations of Marxism. Begins with the opposite premise of America, and it is a serious threat to us.
How could it be an opposite premise of America? Marxism, kind of a, it was like 1850s, 1880s, something like that. It was a long time after, Marxism. Karl Marx, when did Karl Marx write the Communist Manifesto? 1800s. When did Karl Marx write the Communist Manifesto? 1848. 1848. So that was 100 years after the United States. How can it be against? But how can it be the opposite of it? We didn't even know what it was.
These people want to say, they're saying it out loud. They want to abolish all borders. They want to abolish all prisons.
Nice. I like that.
Prisons. They want to defund.
I like that too. Abolish all the prisons. I like that.
On the police. They want to
Yeah. No more police. Fuck yeah. We don't need them.
abolish the U.S. Senate. They want to pack this
Yes. Abolish the U.S. Senate. Or make it proportional. I think it should be proportional, but whatever.
Supreme Court. They want the government to take over control of all production.
No, they do not want the government to take over control of all production. They want the people to seize the means of production so that they can vote on who their boss is.
This is communism, and it has led to the murder of innocent people, tens of millions of them.
Has capitalism ever led to murder? Oh man, I gotta find out. Let's see what you guys think. Has capitalism ever led to murder? Has capitalism ever led to murder? I don't know. It seems like it has. Let me know if you guys can think of anything. I just can't think of a time that capitalism led to murder. Can you? I just can't think of anything.
In the 20th century alone, we have to fight this. We're no longer just in an election cycle. We were saying it was common sense versus crazy. Now it's common sense versus communism, and everybody needs to wake up.
Well, you talk about all the things that they're for.
Well, you'd be happy that communism and common, I like this idea, common sense. It's something that we all share, right? Isn't that what common sense is? It's the sense that we all share. Like a communist sense.
And the Democrats are having to have this internal fight over how much of this they're going to allow. They keep saying that they have a big tent. But do you think they internally understand what their party is facing?
I think quietly, the Democrat establishment on Capitol Hill understands that, but they feel powerless to stop it, because if they stand up and say this is wrong, the problem they have is the energy, the excitement, the money, the grassroots is on the side of the insurgent left. And this is a...
Do you remember when the Nazis took over the Republican Party? Yeah, of course you were going to have democratic socialists. I think it's great that we have national socialists and democratic socialists. It's an age-old battle between good and evil. I think it's great. You have which side will you be on the national socialists or the democratic socialists? That's your choice. You're going to have a choice between two extremes. And I like it. I think it's great. We'll get to know who the Nazis are real fast.
Threat that we have never seen before in the elected system of our government. Ronald Reagan used to warn about communism. He talked about it, but it was a distant threat across the world. And now the barbarians are inside the gate. So this election cycle is for all the marbles. This is not...
It's for all the marbles. It's for all of them, because we might not have a country no more if you let all these communist Marxists into the Senate.
This is not your father's Democrat Party. That party's long gone.
The party, this is not my father's Republican Party either. That party's long gone. It was eaten by the Nazis.
Well, you've got your own GOP stuff to deal with. Politico puts it this way: intra-party fights, tight margins, election year pressures with an indifferent president have grounded the pre-midterm legislative plans of GOP leaders on the Hill. Just a handful of days, they say, to get anything done. House leaders in particular, they say, appear to have lost control of their chamber. You had to send folks home. I mean, the House floor was brought to a stop, not by Democrats, but by some Republicans. How are you dealing with their concerns?
Well, the Hill Press Corps has been writing this for the last 2.5 years. Okay, we have the smallest margin in U.S. history. I functionally have a one-vote margin on most days. And so we work through everybody's preferences on legislation. And this week, a handful of Republicans took down the procedure rule to advance legislation. I just decided it was best to send everybody home to go celebrate July 4th in their districts.
I just decided, I said, let's go out there and have some fun, y'all. To get on those private jets of y'all's and get out there and have some fun at 4th of July. Let's all go down there and have a good time. Let's not vote for people's stuff. Let's not do any of that. Let's close it down one more time. How many times has we sold out America and closed down the Congress? Well, it's been like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Who cares? Go home, have a good time, light some fireworks, start a fire, kill your kids.
Back, gather everybody together. The big urgency is to get Save America passed. The president has that as a top priority, and so do I. We passed it 3 times in the House. We're going to try one more time on a budget reconciliation bill, and I think that will be the way to get it through the Senate and finally to the president's desk. So that's forthcoming.
Okay, I want to talk about reconciliation, but before that, you talk about what the House has passed. So the Save America Act, and on your side, is about voter ID and proof of citizenship. What's come together in the Senate is different. The president wants some additional things about mail-in ballots, trans treatment, for minors and trans athletes. Will he accept the House version? You've had conversations with him. Is he willing to accept that version, or does he want everything else what's packed in the Senate version?
I think our version is the main sort of backbone of that.
The House version.
Yes, he would like to add the prohibition of mail-in balloting, except for exceptions like if somebody's deployed overseas or they're ill or can't get to the polling place. But he understands that one is a bigger reach. If we can get proof of citizenship and photo ID to vote, that eliminates so much of the problem, all the fraud and everything that everybody's concerned about in our elections, particularly, frankly, in these blue states. Look at California. They're still counting ballots from an election that happened a month ago.
But they did declare a winner. Of course, they count all the ballots. We always do that. We do that in America too. The federal government counts votes way longer. Once they can determine who won, they don't just stop counting, you fucking morons. They still count because they want to know how many people voted for Mickey Mouse, how many people voted for whatever. They know who won already, but they continue to count so that they have a representation of what happened it takes a while. And they do in every election, every major election. That's what happens. They don't just stop voting when they declare Trump the winner. They continue to vote. And then days later, we find out, well, these many people voted for Jill Stein and these many people in these districts did that. It takes a while to get all that data collected and actually, because you got to count them. Got to count the votes. Every vote gets counted. That's in the Constitution.
It's crazy, and everybody understands that.
So one of the folks who's
Everybody understands that.
Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore also gave a speech to mark America's 250th birthday on Independence Day from the historic State House in Annapolis, Maryland, and he joins us now live. Governor, good to have you back on the show.
Great to be with you. Thanks, Marty.
Wes Moore, the opposite of the other guy.
Listen to your speech, and I was struck by the fact that you said some of the same things we heard from the president, that we've had our mistakes. We do have the framework for correcting the wrongs of this country. He talked about moving
He did not say that.
forward and working together. You talked about that a lot too. Where are the places you think you could work together, the two major parties?
Well, I think we have to be able to work together on all aspects, because that's what this country.
Yeah, I love mail-in ballots are a scam. How the fuck would a mail-in ballot be a scam? I just don't like the fact that people are voting. Yeah, I get it. You don't like people. You don't like that people vote. That's what that means. And Donald Trump votes in mail-in votes. That's right. It's so stupid. People are so stupid with this mail-in voting thing. Mail-in voting are a scam. It's not real unless you wait in line in the rain in November. If you're an old person and you're gonna die of pneumonia, you don't get to vote because you can't show up at the fucking. It's just so stupid. It's just so dumb. It's ridiculous. It's not even worthy of a response.
Is going to require, that the power of this country was that the founding fathers created something that they knew was not a perfect union, but they hoped to be a more perfect union. That every single generation, our responsibility was to make things stronger, to make things better. And I think about, for example, what we're doing in the state of Maryland, where for every single piece of legislation that I've introduced and gotten passed in Maryland, that 97% of them have been passed bipartisan, Democrats and Republicans working together on issues.
I like more centralist belief, but I do lean left more. I don't know what you mean by centrist. I don't know what you mean by centrist. I did a political test and it said he was centrist. That centrist just means you're happy with the status quo. You're happy with the way things are. But I kind of lean left. I think most people are probably like that. But we have a conservative government. We have had a conservative government since, well, Reagan, really. We've always had a conservative government. We have always had a conservative government until people take to the streets and start lighting shit on fire. And then you get things like the Civil Rights Act passed. Since FDR died, we've had a pretty conservative government.
And so I do think it's important for us to understand.
And even FDR, he put Japanese people in concentration camps. So, it's...
That especially in this moment, that divided we cannot win, but united we cannot lose. And it's important for Americans to remember that.
Do you worry about how divided we feel, though? Very tribal. You talked about that, too, that people feel very, very much kind of in their own corners and not even really acknowledging or listening to each other.
I do. And I think about the speech that I gave yesterday, where, I said the word patriotic or patriotism over 20 times. Mm-hmm. I said the word service 18 times. I talked about the word sacrifice.
Donald Trump is not a patriot. He's a nationalist. He's a national socialist.
Never once did I say the word Democrat. Never once did I say the word Republican. Never once did I say the name Donald Trump. That in this time and in this moment, that we have to understand that the hope and the aspiration of America was powerful. This is the greatest experiment in world history. There was nothing like it before. There's been nothing like it since. But the thing we also have to understand is that for that to continue to be that aspirational goal, that we need to make sure that everybody feels a vested interest in it and everyone wants to see that measurement of success.
Yeah, it's not an autopilot. There's a lot of work to be done.
A lot of work to be done. What work are you willing to do? Well, not criticize the president, that's for sure. Well, then shut the fuck up.
House Democrat Tom Suozzi, he wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal, and he said he's calling on Democrats to be more vocal about what's right with this country. He said America has been a force for good. America is still a beacon. He said capitalism has helped make America the most innovative and prosperous.
There you go. Capitalism. That's a Democrat for you. Democrat. Capitalism. Prosperous nation in the world. Yes, other people have been murdered and starve every day because of it. But capitalism, it's great. It's the best.
First nation in the world. Now that stands in stark contrast to some within your party who are saying things like we should be ashamed of America. The government should seize the means of production, that we maybe in some way deserved 9/11. What do you do with those factions of your party?
Well, first I say, what the representative was saying is powerful and correct in the idea that making sure that we have an economy that works for everybody is something that is powerful. A lot of the stuff that I'm hearing about the labels and
Lenin and Stalin would never genocide its own people in the tens of millions intentionally, right? Interesting question. Now, Lenin died before it was really a thing, so you can't really put Lenin in there. Maybe you don't know anything about history, but Stalin mostly killed people because of his 5-year plans, and his 5-year plans were mostly unsuccessful because he had to starve his own people in order to make enough money for the government to keep going. And that was mostly because of American foreign policy. So when America says we don't like you, So we're not going to vote. We're not going to have anyone do any business with you. And all of our friends are not going to be able to do business with you. And we're going to divide the world into two spheres of influence, the first world and the second world. Guess what happens? People starve. People died. And then Vietnam and the third world had wars because of it, because America didn't want to do business with the Russians, the USSR. So, I mean, you could say Stalin was a bad dude, and he was a bad guy. But mostly it was because he was trying to save. He didn't care how many people had to die in order to keep his financial goals, his economic goals happening. And, Donald Trump is trying to do the same thing. He doesn't care that your gas bills went up. He doesn't care that your electricity bills are going up. He doesn't care that your coffee bills going. He didn't care. He says over and over again, he does not give a shit about the financial situations of American people. Now, we have a lot further to fall. Like, we've got a cushion. In USSR, they just didn't, and a lot of people died. And yeah, there were gulags and all the rest of the horrible shit that Stalin did. Not a good guy. But partly that was due to American foreign influence. That's our policy. That's what we did. We bullied them and we killed their people. That's what the whole goal of the Cold War was to bankrupt the USSR so that their people would starve. That was the idea. That's why the Cold War happened. That's why the space race happened. That's why the nuclear armament happened, so that we can bankrupt the Russians and starve their people. Same thing with Iran. We don't let people trade with them. We don't let people talk to them. And we don't let them. If you buy oil from them, you're not allowed to do it in the U.S. dollar. All sorts of shit, man. Really, you can't bank with them. If you bank with them, then you can't bank with us. And so the people of Iran starve. And the people of Cuba, same thing. The people of Cuba starve. And you're going to say, well, it's communist fault. It is not the fault of communism. It's just the fault that we don't like them. And so we beat the shit out of them. And we don't allow them to eat. It's villainy.
And all this kind of stuff, I'm going to be very honest with you. It's a very Washington game, because for people inside of communities that I'm in every single day, people just want candidates that actually working and getting things done. I think about we just had our election on Tuesday, and we not just won overwhelmingly, but we were able to have a whole slate of candidates, what we call the Leave No One Behind slate in Maryland. That was wildly successful. But if you look at the threads of the candidates who I endorsed, there was no political ideology. There was no partisan behavior. It was just simply saying who's ready to disrupt the status quo and to be able to address the issues that Marylanders care about most. And so that's the thing I think people genuinely care about. It is an understanding that capitalism has been the most powerful engine for economic growth and economic development that we have seen. But it's also understanding, but when it becomes corrupted, when you have people, when you have over 11 million children growing up in poverty, when you have a situation where you have a family that in public office that has made over $2 billion in a year, while we're watching unemployment go up, that's what makes people cynical. That's what makes people skeptical. And that's the thing we do have to address.
Yeah, they're definitely very cynical about how members of Congress can come here from either party and, trade stocks and become, go from thousandaires to millionaires. And we can't get stock trading, bans, passed here on Capitol Hill, really difficult to get things like that.
So one of the first executive orders that I signed when I became the governor was an anti-corruption executive order. One of the first things I did was put all of my assets in a blind trust, because I said I never want any Marylander to ever be confused about any of the decisions
Donald Trump, his assets aren't in a blind trust. How come that's normal? How come it's normal for everyone else to put their shit into a blind trust, just not Donald Trump?
And I signed legislation saying for anyone who ever wants to be governor, again, in the state of Maryland, you must put all of your assets in a blind trust. We have banned prediction markets trading for all state employees because you cannot use inside information. And it is absurd that Congress can now turn around and take a vote and then turn around and then make a stock trade on it right after. And it's the same way that I do think it is absurd that we have a president who's made over 3,600 stock trades in a quarter.
But again,
we have to be able to address this on both sides.
His is also in a blind trust where he's not making calls. He's not, calling up and saying,
it is not in a blind trust. That's a lie.
Buy this and sell that. So you've done this. You give him credit for that as well. He says he doesn't make those financial decisions.
Well, I think really being able to make sure that we have real blind trust structures that are transparent in that way, that we also know that it's not turning around and benefiting family members. It's not turning around and benefiting, close confidants, that we're not using the pardon power for things that are turning around and benefiting you. I do have very real issues with some of the decisions that have been made when it comes to pardons, where we've watched people that the president has pardoned that have turned around and invested in his children's businesses. I do have an issue with some of the ways that we've now seen how, if you look at cryptocurrency, the president of the United States has made more money on crypto than crypto companies in the past year. Like, there is something fundamentally wrong that has to be fixed with both the executive and the legislative branch when it comes to profit.
And as you know, there are a lot of folks who have big problems with a number of the pardons that President Biden handled out and how they.
I love this bitch. The same fucking thing. It's like unable. She'll defend a news person defending Donald Trump. Like, she'll sit there and defend Donald Trump and deflect to Biden. Biden though. He said presidents.
Benefited his family as well. I want to talk about this though, because you talk about capitalism.
Biden too though. Okay, it doesn't make it right. If Biden does it, does that make it okay? That's the only thing you need to add. Does it make it okay?
the good that can come from it, but how we do have to have guardrails and watch things. The days after the primaries in New York, a lot of establishment Democrats here in DC were all telling me the same thing. This is a one-off. It's not. These are not our party. They don't speak for us. But now we have a result in Colorado this week where a longtime House Democrat was knocked off. She was very progressive, but somebody now to her left, she was knocked off. The Federalist says this.
Donald Trump is not Will Smith.
The string of socialist victories across the country shows that the ideas many thought were once confined to the fringe of the Democrat Party are no longer fringe. Rather than rejecting candidates who openly embrace socialist and communist ideas, Democrat voters and party members are elevating them. So we're talking about people who want to ban borders, who want to get rid of the Electoral College, who some of them want to abolish jails. I mean, are those ideas that fit within your party?
No, I tell you, when I first ran for office, and I know we spoke about it before, I had never run for political office before in my life when I ran for governor. I was not the choice of the Democratic Party. In fact, there was millions of dollars put against me when I first decided to run.
But I don't think you advocated for any of those ideas.
No, in fact, when I came on board and people said, well, where do you stand when it comes to addressing violence? Are you going to be pro-police or are you going to be pro-community? And I said, you know what? I'm not choosing. That's what I'm going to do. We made the largest investments in local law enforcement in our state's history. And I also invested in things like community violence interrupters.
But you have people who don't want to do that. They want to do the opposite. They want to defund those things. Did they have a place in your party?
Well, I can tell you what I did. And what the results have been is that Maryland now has the fastest drop in violent crime amongst anywhere that we've seen in the United States. That the violent crime rate since I've become the governor is down nearly 60% inside of the state of Maryland.
But do you think the policy of these people would be helpful?
Rough frame. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this. Communism committed genocide. Communism is an ideology of a stateless, classless society. How does an ideology commit genocide? My God, you fucking child. What are you, fucking 12 years old? Go back to high school. Yes, communism committed genocide. What the hell does that even mean? The hell does that mean? If you really want to know, if you want to say some ideology committed a genocide, it would be Christianity. Christianity has killed more people than any other ideology in the history of the world. And yet communism killed people in the 20th century. No, it didn't. Communism did not kill people. Communism was an idea that people latched onto in order to try to organize society in a more equitable way that sometimes gave rise to despots. Capitalism also was a way in order to organize society in a more equitable way with the profit motive. And guess what happened? People who rose up and used it in order to enslave others. Like mercantilism did the same thing. Sometimes when you organize society and you have people who you don't have the checks and balances in place, you don't have people who are being vigilant. You must be vigilant in society. You have to chop off the heads if anyone starts getting too ambitious. That's what you got to do. If you don't, you get despots.
In that way, or would they work counter to the things that you're doing?
I mean, the thing I always think about is what's the results that the people are going to see. And honestly, that's what I think people actually care about. Most people are not paying attention to
Westmore. I don't trust him. I don't
trust Westmore. About one candidate.
I don't trust Westmore
in particular, who almost certainly will be in the United States Congress. Darya-Liza Avila Chevalier. She was a PhD candidate at Columbia and organizer. She called for the abolition of.
Will Smith used to be box office gold. Every 4th of July, we used to all go watch Will Smith movies. It was Wild Wild West, Men in Black, Independence Day. Every 4th of July, we all lined up to go see the new Will Smith movie. Every year, every 4th of July, a new Will Smith movie came out, and we all went to go see it. And man, they were all bangers. At least they were all financial successes. Even if you didn't like them all, they were all huge movies. Massive box office blockbusters, they used to call them. They were blockbusters. Donald Trump just did his 4th of July party and epic fail. Nobody went. Not a blockbuster. Nobody went there. It was a dud. Nobody went. not even is like they forced everyone from Fox News to go there, and they're all sweating there, dying. No one there to laugh at Greg Gutfeld's jokes. Epic fail, just like his epic fail in Iran. Just epic fail.
Prisons, open borders, ended deportations, even people convicted of violent crimes. She attended a pro-Palestinian rally on October 8th, 2023, a rally that reportedly featured some real anti-Semitic rhetoric justifying the attack. How do you feel as a Democrat about someone with those views being in the United States Congress?
Look, her district voted for her, but I have profound differences from that particular candidate, based on the citations that you read there. And she's not someone, who seemingly I would agree with on many things, or that we share similar values. She ran on the Democratic ticket, I guess, as a socialist.
I love watching all these fucking corporate Democrats squirm. I like watching them all. You fucking liberal centrist fucks, you assholes taking money from corporations and APAC and Super PAC. I love watching them squirm. They just got squeezed. They're getting squeezed so hard. They see the writing on the wall. Oh, dang it. A ding dang do. Ding dang do. We let the Nazis take over and now the Social Democrats are coming to take us out. Yeah. Yeah, the Social Democrats are coming to take you out because we got a Nazi infestation we got to handle. We don't have time for your wishy-washy, limp-wristed bullshit, Democrats. It's over. You rolled over. You spread your cheeks for Donald Trump. You spread your cheeks for Israel, and no one's okay with it. You spread your cheeks. I don't want cheek spreader except for one room in my house. I only want cheek spreaders one place and one place only, and it's not the White House. It's not the halls of Congress. It's not the Senate. I don't want cheek spreaders representing me in the goddamn Oval Office anywhere else. I don't like them. Well, except for one place. Don't you tell me that Democrat, I'm really scared. You know that capitalism's actually okay, everybody. Capitalism never hurt anybody. I love capitalism. What's wrong with capitalism? I'm a capitalist. You're a capitalist because you're a congressperson who steals, or governor who steals. You trade stocks based on what your insider information. You make billions of dollars. Millions and billions of dollars, while all of us schleps out here in these streets can't afford a fucking pot to piss in. These Congress people and governors are doing insider deals and buying pieces of companies and making billions of dollars. Well, I'm a capitalist. It works for me. How come it doesn't work for you? Maybe you need a little financial literacy. Yeah. That's what I need. I need financial literacy because I can't tell how it's working. No, I have no liquid capital. I got no money. I got no inside track. Well, it works for me. Maybe you should just join the Senate and get the insider information and become a billionaire. Everybody can do it. Anybody can do it.
Her voters in that district determined that she was the one they wanted representing her.
Well, what does that tell you about your party?
I think what our party has to go through that will be very healthy and something we've not really done since the 1992 election cycle is to have a battle over what we believe in.
Yeah.
To have a battle over the ideas that we are going to hold on to and campaign on and then deliver on as a way to make people's lives better. And I expect our party over the course of this next year or so to go through a battle about what we believe in and then come out unified in a way that we can take the fight to the other side and really deliver for the American people.
Both parties got issues right now. Well, the Republicans are gone. The Republicans are gone. There's a few left, I suppose, but they're about to leave office. Tom Tillis isn't going to be around much longer. Rand Paul is going to be the next to go. They're on their way out. Thomas Massey, he's not going to be here much longer. These Republicans are out. So now all we got is MAGA, the Nazi party. And so now the Social Democrats got to do their thing on the Democrat side. Why don't you ask questions on Trump's decision not to marry Americans if America is our supreme? Well, he did. Marla was America. Marla was American. Marla Maples. What a great name, right? Marla Maples. He married her, remember? And then he had a baby with her named Tiffany. And he said that Tiffany's got great legs like her mom. She was a baby. His baby, his infant daughter, Tiffany, had great legs like her mother. And he can't wait to see if her tits come in. We don't know if she's got this yet, he said, as he groped his air boobs. This is our president talking about infant daughters with Marla Maples, the only American. Don't worry, he cheated on her too. He cheated on all of them.
The president and vice president must be impeached, convicted, and removed.
Yes!
Okay, so he just calls for the impeachment in uniform. He's active duty Air Force major. Let's arrest him. I thought they had freedom of speech. No, they don't have freedom of speech. There you go. The cops arrested him for holding a sign. Freedom of speech, right?
Who you serve?
They're not Nazis, though, guys. Stop calling them Nazis, okay? Stop. Just don't do it. They're good guys.
Developing news here. It's been 1 year since this 8-year-old Orange County girl was killed during an illegal fireworks show. Today, prosecutors filed charges against the man who lit the fireworks.
CBS 8's Brittany Erman live tonight in Buena Park with more on the tragedy and the warning tonight from prosecutors with the fourth now just days away. Brittany?
Yeah, little girls die because of fireworks. Stop doing it. Stop doing fireworks. But I'm careful. Yeah, you might be careful, but it's stupid. And then you inspire other people to do stupid shit and little kids die. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. But I want to celebrate. I want to make a boom boom. I want to make a boom boom. Psh, please, let's keep doing it. No, little kids
We are
die.
continuing to follow some breaking news out of New York City, where a violent turn of events in the city after an NYPD officer was shot earlier this morning in Brooklyn. And this follows a mass shooting last night in Coney Island that injured 8 people, including 4 children. To talk more on both of these headlines, I do want to bring in live Fox 5 New York's Lisa Evers. And Lisa, we know that you've been following both of these stories very.
Sienna Spiro. I don't know who that is. Supergirl. Look at all these ads. Look like a Supergirl on all sides of Times Square. Don't you love it? Isn't that great? Look at they've made it like a pedestrian zone over here on this side now. It's been a long time since I've been in New York. Oh, last time I was in New York, it was like this, but I didn't go to Times Square. Everyone loves Times Square, right? Don't you love it? New York. Everybody loves it.
Very closely.
Stephanie, yes, that's right. We're following them very closely here in the Fox 5 newsroom in New York City. And it's just incredible. What an incredible contrast, because all day yesterday, hundreds of thousands, maybe even more than 1 million people were in Manhattan, in the city, to take in the Sail 250. Also people in Brooklyn, Staten Island, and all around, the area, the waterways and everything, under this very tight security for the ships, for the dignitaries. And it was all peaceful. There were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people peacefully celebrating America's 250th birthday. And then the trouble started locally last night. Now
Ground fireworks. Man, that's what killed that little kid. It starts fires. Just stop doing it. Just stop doing it. I used to do it when I was a kid too. When I was a kid, I'd go to Mexico and buy like M80s and blow shit up. I'd put them in like toy cars and blow them up. And we had these things called garbanzos you can throw in and throw a bunch of fire up in the sky. I loved them, man. I loved fireworks as a kid. We used to go to Mexico and buy my asthma medicine and firecrackers. That's what we did. And I loved it. I used to put them in my pants and walk across the border. Drugs on one side, fireworks on the other side. I was a little child smuggler. And you know what? I smuggled shit across that border so many times. So many times. And I loved them. I love fireworks. And then I grew up. I used to strap them to G.I. Joe, light it, throw it. Boom! See how I used to put those little parachute dudes. I used to light it, and throw it off the parachute, so I can make it blow up in midair. I caught it midair, Mom.
They had already in advance deployed additional NYPD officers because it is the 4th of July. There's concerns about fireworks. There's extra FDNY fire department personnel on tap in case there's any accidents with fireworks that people are trying to do on their own, which is never recommended. And so what happened last night, about 10:30 last night in Coney Island, there was a barbecue that was going on. A typical thing that happens in New York City, all across the country, in Coney Island, in this courtyard of this apartment complex area. And then just a masked gunman, according to NYPD Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who gave us a briefing this morning, a masked gunman.
Maybe it was the Warriors were from Coney Island. Warriors, come out to play. Yay.
Now, keep in mind, we were kind of on the tail end of a big heat wave yesterday, going in last night. This man is dressed all in black. She said that the gunman had a face mask on and just goes into this barbecue and just randomly starts shooting at people. There were 4 adults that were hit. One of the adults, a woman, a 21-year-old woman. She's in very critical condition. There were 4 children who were hit. Hit. One on and just goes into this barbecue. This man is dressed all in black. She said that the gunman had a face mask on and just goes into this barbecue and just randomly starts shooting at people. There were 4 adults that were hit. One of the adults, a woman, a 21-year-old woman. She's in very critical condition. There were 4 children who were hit, ranging in age from 6 to 6. One was 6, one was 7, one was 12, one was 14 years old. And it's just the stunning type of violence that people just can't understand. Like, how does this happen? Somebody just barges into this barbecue and opens fire. So we're still waiting. That suspect is still at large. They have not captured that suspect. I'm sure that they will eventually. So there's no word on any type of motive yet or what could possibly have triggered this off. But it definitely wasn't random because of the location. They went in there. They knew who was going to be in there. And then they started shooting like that. But just a terrible way to end the 4th of July. And especially, on this 4th of July and on a day that many, many families everywhere celebrate. And, with the kids can stay up late, barbecue, music's playing, and have a wonderful time. And they were until about 10:30 last night, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I know, Lisa, you just mentioned that the suspect is still at large. Have police mentioned anything about public safety in terms of...
They're never catching that guy. He killed a bunch of people, and they'll never catch him. I feel like if we had healthcare in America, maybe we would have fewer shootings because people feel like, I'm feeling a little squirrely. Maybe I can go talk to a doctor. No, you can't talk to a doctor, not in America. That's going to cost you a lot of money. I can't afford a lot of money, though. I guess you're just going to have to deal with your own problems. Then you got to deal with your own mental illness. Sorry, but I need help. I'm mentally ill. I'm starting to have crazy thoughts. I'm starting to look at my guns and thinking weird shit. Yeah, well, you got to pay a lot of money. It's per hour, by the way, and you're going to have multiple sessions. So, sorry, you just have to deal with it in your own way. Well, that leaves drugs, alcohol, and carrying out violent fantasies. Well, yeah, do one of those. All right. Drugs and alcohol or violent fantasies? Which should I do? I guess the violent fantasies. And then you end up doing something horrible. We would have far fewer shootings in America if we just had mental health. Just healthcare. Just get some goddamn healthcare. This is why Luigi Mangione. If we just had healthcare, Luigi Mangione wouldn't have happened.
Whether the public should be...
Allegedly.
Severe thunderstorms impacted President Trump's 4th of July celebrations, but nothing stopped him from golfing today. The president returned to the White House after visiting his Virginia resort. CBS's Torian Small is
You got to golf. You had to golf,
the White House with more.
Eureka, good evening. The president said he wouldn't let the weather stop him, but it did delay him.
The spirit of 1776 still lives within us all.
The president spoke after lightning struck. Storms had forced the evacuation of the National Mall.
Storms evacuate. They got to evacuate everything.
The crowds did return to hear from President.
This is why he is not Will Smith.
President Trump. His speech marking America's milestone founding stressed patriotism and partisanship. Trump targeted Democrats, branding them communists after a series of victories by Democrats.
They're all communists. They're all communists. A Democrat, they're communists.
Socialist candidates across the country.
You wonder why no one showed up for this stupid thing? It's because he's an asshole. He's just an asshole. He can never unite anybody. He's a divisive piece of shit. He's the most divisive person this country's ever known.
We don't want communists in our country.
Democrats didn't.
We don't.
California Governor Gavin Newsom, in his own July 4th message, took aim at Trump.
He told you that he was going to drain the swamp. He didn't drain the swamp. He gave it a presidential suite with gold leaf.
In the grand finale, what was touted as the largest fireworks show in history.
He pardoned the swamp.
850,000 pyrotechnics lighting up the Potomac after the new Air Force One.
Lighting up the Potomac right over the river, just like I said. So they blow it up all over the river and all that shit. The largest fireworks display in history all falls into the river. There's a fallout. There's a bunch of shit that falls out of the air. They blow up. It doesn't just burn up in the sky. All that stuff falls down. It's got to fall somewhere. Falls into the river.
Get a little bit of an algae bloom. Lots of lead in the river. Lots of lead. That's not a problem. We love lead. We love lead, don't we, folks? I've got a little lead poisoning in my big brain.
Roared overhead. Today, new images of the president's push for change. He shared close-ups of work on the White House North Portico and an image of a goat statue he wants on his controversial arch.
This arch thing is so fucking embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's just so embarrassing, this arch. This is the most embarrassing part. I mean, can we sink any lower? It's just so gaudy and disgusting. And he wants an arch.
Gotta have an arch. This is gonna, so everyone knows how important I am. One nation under God right there at the top, because I'm a godly man. I love God. Love him.
This week, the president heads to a NATO summit in Turkey, but disputes over military commitments to the alliance, as well as the wars in Iran and Ukraine, could prove a major test for NATO unity. Eureka.
Torian Small at the White House tonight. Thank you.
Why would they do it over the river? Well, I'll tell you a little story. One time I worked at Disneyland, and they closed Toontown at 8 p.m. or something because the fallout happens there. And you can't park on the top floor of the parking structure behind Toontown because of the fireworks fallout. The reason why they do it over the river is because where the fuck else are they supposed to do it? They're in the middle of Washington, D.C. There's people everywhere else. They could do it over the black neighborhoods. I'm sure that they've tried. But no, they do it over the river because nobody lives in the river. There's no houses in the river. There's only fish and wildlife that live in the river, birds and fish, and they don't care if they kill them. And they don't think about what happens downstream. They don't think what happens to the ecology, even though, of course, national pride should be mostly about the environment that sustains us, right? Like that's what we should be taking pride in. Hey, we've got this great environment that takes care of us, and we take care of it because national pride. But no, we don't have that. We poison our rivers and streams in America. But don't worry, the Potomac's already pretty fucking poisoned because of I think it's Maryland and Virginia. On both sides, they've got a bunch of dairies and cattle ranches that are just dumping shit into the river. It's not good. It's one of the reasons why there's an algae problem in the Potomac, in the reflecting pool, because that water is from the Potomac River. It's all connected, you see. It's all connected. And so, yeah, they put the fireworks so that it falls down and it won't start a fire. If it's in the river, it won't start a fire. It doesn't fall on anybody's head and hurt any children, because a lot of the stuff is still burning when it hits, and so it might hit it blinds people and shit. People get really fucked up because of fireworks of shit just falling from the air, and then and it won't burn down houses, won't burn down forests, and it won't fall on people's heads. So that's great, right? So it just kills the wildlife, and whatever happens downstream, like, could kill people. But it won't kill people right away. It'll kill people later. So you don't have to worry about it. The lead and bromium and stuff and all the heavy metals that end up in the river, they might kill somebody later, but we're not worried about that.
Cute.
So here's another look at this. This is great. I love this. Watch this. So they're doing fireworks off the bridge over the river. This is what they do. They do the same thing on New Year's Eve in the Bay, San Francisco Bay. They put all the fireworks over the bay, and it all falls into the river, and they lit themselves on fire. We don't need that bridge. I mean, they got the lasers. Just do the lasers. We don't need that bridge. Let it burn. We don't need that. When I worked at Disneyland, I actually got caught in Toontown once. It was one of the scariest parts of my time there. Also, one time I saw a fire. They lit a fire because they're professionals who do it every night, though, and so they're going to start fires. And there's a fire truck that Disneyland has that parks behind by the fire, and but it hit something, and then it blew up in front of them. A bunch of people got hurt, but you won't see it because it's backstage. They don't see it at Disneyland. Fireworks. I have a lot of experience with fireworks. Oddly. Yeah, burn down the Brooklyn Bridge, everybody. We don't need that Brooklyn Bridge.
The U.S. has a huge World Cup showdown, of course, tonight with Belgium. And now one of their stars will be on the pitch after FIFA on Sunday shocked the tournament by sidelining the suspension of U.S. soccer star
What? They sidelined the suspension?
Balogun, who was...
They reversed the red card? Holy shit. FIFA reversed the red card. That's surprising to me.
Supposed to sit out due to that red card in the previous game.
FIFA's decision puts President Trump's influence over the governing body under the microscope as the U.S. is one of the host countries involved. CNN's Julia Benbrook brings our coverage from the White House.
Well, his role in the stunning decision to allow Flarin Balogun to play in this upcoming game on Monday is now under a microscope, as you mentioned. We are learning from a source familiar speaking with CNN that Trump...
I used to say that if America ever wins a World Cup, it'll change the game. And I stand by that, but I didn't think it would change the game like this. I didn't think this would be the change, that the president can call up FIFA and tell them to reverse a red card. Has it ever happened before? Has a FIFA World Cup red card ever been reversed after the game? It's incredibly rare. It happened once in 1962. Historically, following a semifinal sending off against Chile, Brazilian star Garrincha had his red card rescinded in 1962, allowing him to play in the final. And it's happened now. So it's happened once before. 64 years ago, it happened once. In the 60s. Why did the Garrincha have his red card rescinded in 1962? Why did that happen? I never heard of this guy, Garrincha. It was sent through a chaotic mix of heavy political lobbying, a vanishing key witness, and a lack of automatic modern suspension rules. With Pele already out of the tournament due to an injury, Brazil was desperate to keep their remaining superstar on the pitch for the final. A red card being ordered off the pitch did not carry an automatic one-match ban back then in 1962. It had to convene and manually decide if a suspension was warranted. Oh, so it wasn't actually, it was rescinded, but it didn't have the same weight as it does today. Okay, so no, it's never happened before. It's sort of happened before once in 1962, but not exactly the same thing. Not even close, really, because they didn't have an automatic ban in 1962. Today, we have an automatic ban. If you have a red card, you can't play in the next game. I think you just can't play one game. I forget.
Spoke with FIFA President Gianni Infantino earlier in the week, and there was a discussion about this controversial red card. He asked Infantino to review it, and then just today, Trump took to social media and he said this on True Social. He said, "Thank you, FIFA, for doing what is right and reversing a great injustice." Around that same
a great injustice. That's the great injustice that Donald Trump's worried about. That's the injustice he'll get out of bed for. The red cards in the fucking World Cup. I don't even know. The great injustice. What a great injustice. Gaza, no comment. Gaza, no comment. Lebanon, no comment. The school full of children that got double tapped by P. Hegseth, no comment. We'll defend the military's double tapping civilian boats off the coast of Venezuela. No comment. Nothing. Reparations for slavery. Everybody, you know what? America, slavery. Let's just move on, right? The murder of Alex Preddy. Whatever. The murder of Renee Good, shut up about it. Miramar, fuck, who knows, things happen in protests, The arresting of a major who just uses free speech to say that he doesn't approve of the president. Yeah, no. Even if Charlie Kirk, have you talked about my ballroom lately? Remember when they asked him how he feels about Charlie Kirk and he said, the ballroom. Have you heard about my ballroom? I mean, this great injustice. Thank you, FIFA.
In time, soccer's governing body announced it was using an obscure rule to suspend Balogun's automatic one-match ban for 1 year, allowing the striker to play in the round of 16.
One match. He gets one. You're supposed to sit out next match. He can come back in the next one, right? And you get 2 red cards, you're out for the whole tournament.
Now, speaking with reporters earlier today, the U.S. coach said that they did believe that this call was fair and that they had suffered enough, been punished enough for playing the last 30 minutes of their last game with just 10 players.
Oh, yeah. Poor guys. You guys won. You won with just 10 players. He got a red card because he did an illegal tackle. And you know what? He wouldn't have got the red card if Americans hadn't insisted on playback. He got a red card because they played it back over and over and over again, and they saw the guy did an illegal foul, got a red card. Fuck it. You're the ones that wanted this shit. The judge didn't even see it originally. You guys, Americans, wanted to have all these fucking playbacks and automatic replays and shit. I hate that. They've ruined the game. America's ruined the game of soccer.
U.S. Soccer is formally reacting in a statement, and I want to pull that up for you now. They said, quote,
America seriously just ruins everything it touches. Holy shit. We ruin everything. We got to fuck everything up. Look what we did to Doctor Who.
We accept the decision of the disciplinary committee and are pleased that Flaren Balogun is eligible to compete tomorrow. Our full attention is focused on the round of 16 match against Belgium in Seattle, and we look forward to the continued support of our amazing fans. Now, their opponent is also responding. Let's get to that reaction here. They said the decision
This is so messed up.
Is in direct contradiction with the provisions of the FIFA World Cup 2026 competition regulations in order to safeguard the legitimate rights of all participating teams and to protect the fundamental principles of fair play in our sport, both at the FIFA World Cup and at future editions of the tournament. The RBFA is investigating all potential options. There will be a lot of scrutiny on this.
God, you know what sucks? It's like man, ever since the whole slave thing happened in Qatar, I've kind of been really against FIFA. And I really was excited about this one until the Qatar one happened. And I really wanted to watch the games. And I haven't watched even one game all the way through because it just makes me sick. Because it pisses me off that FIFA is so corrupt, so evil, so sycophantic, just horrible. FIFA is the devil. Someone needs to do something about FIFA. It's fucking horrible. And yet I started thinking, man, Americans are winning, it's feeling pretty good. Damn, America, we're doing okay in the World Cup for the first time in a long time. Hey, kind of want to watch. And then this shit happens. We got to cheat. We have to cheat to win now. We have to cheat. Now, if we do win against Belgium, it's going to be because we cheated.
Decision, especially as a host city, and then also looking into Trump's relationship, his close relationship with the FIFA president. It was just last year that FIFA awarded Trump a peace prize, a clear move, what most people think to be a clear move to really be in Trump's favor. That was coming around the time that he had made it clear.
Everyone says this thing about flopping, but I completely disagree. Soccer has more injuries than any other sport. Now, the injuries aren't like traumatic brain injury, TBIs usually, but they get more injuries because they get kicked, their legs are wobbling around, they're not wearing so many pads, so they really get fucked up out there. So when they do get tackled or something, they take the break, they take the breather, they check to see if they're okay before just hopping right up. And also, you do have to sell it a little bit, right, to try to get a yellow card and try to get time for your team to recover. So I don't think it's flopping is so. And people always make it a bigger thing. Like, I don't know. I got really into soccer when I lived in Germany, and then when I went to college, I went to some soccer matches because Berkeley had a team, and I don't know. I was a big fan. I liked it a lot. I liked soccer a lot. I like World Cup soccer very, very much. I was crazy about it. And now, yeah, injuries aren't flopping. I know, but everyone says, yeah, but it's hard to tell. You see, oh, they're flopping, but they're not necessarily flopping. They got tripped up and they took the fall. It's better to take the fall than take an injury. It's better to take a fall and take a breather and see if you're okay. And then, okay, you might get back up, but you could still be hurt. They get fucked up. They get lots of injuries. So, I mean, the fact that they fall and stuff, I think is fair play.
He was very disappointed that he did not receive the Nobel Peace Prize.
And the game continues. It's not like American sports where the whole game stops. Unless it's a real injury, the game doesn't completely stop. At least in soccer, it's a constant movement. Unless it's in America, and then they take hydration breaks and commercial breaks. That we have now hydration breaks in America so that we could put more commercials on TV. We've changed the sport.
Now, controversy continues to swell around President Trump's immigration agenda as he pushes through a series of sweeping changes, from recent Supreme Court rulings terminating protected status for Haitians and Syrians to fast-tracking refugee status for white South Africans. Outrage has spread across the country. Now, this comes less than 6 months after 2 Americans were shot and killed in separate incidents by federal immigration officers in Minnesota. Author and chair of American Studies at the University of Toronto, Jason Stanley, now joins Michelle Martin to discuss this.
Thanks, Christian. Professor Jason Stanley, thank you so much for talking with us once again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, they have simulation. They have penalties now. Yeah, they have the same thing in American football. They have penalties for illegal game delay and stuff like that. And also over jubilation in the end zone, like too much dancing in the end zone keeps the game. We need to keep this thing going. That's true. And same thing in basketball. They have the same thing. They have the same rules. That's all. That's in everything. I don't know. People. I don't know if you've noticed, basketball players are always falling and crying too. These are professional athletes. I don't know. Everyone's got a fucking opinion, but hey, watch a soccer game. Sometimes people fall, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're really injured. Sometimes they're not so much. Sometimes not at all. And sometimes you trip, you're not hurt at all. Sometimes you trip and you're hurt really bad. Sometimes you tripped and you don't know until they check you out. I don't know. And football, American football, people are always getting pulled off the fucking. And then they're up and they're okay. Like, how many times in American football do you see someone taken off in a stretcher and then 30 seconds later they're walking around like nothing happened? Tell me that wasn't simulation. So I don't know. You call it what you want. I think it's just people have these preferences that I think are a little ridiculous. I like all sports. I have a good time watching sports. I hate the politics and the money and the corruption. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and talk shit about one sport. I think football's a little hilarious with their big stupid pads and everything, but I like watching it. It's fun. It's fun to watch football, American football. It's fun to watch European football. It's fun to watch baseball. I like all sports. It's you guys always got some bitchy thing to say about everybody. It's always everyone's got some bitchy thing to say about everybody else's favorite sport.
Having me on, Michelle.
We often consult with you because of your expertise in the subjects of authoritarianism, propaganda, how governments define who belongs. In the United States, the Supreme Court term just ended, and there were some very consequential decisions around immigration and also citizenship. So on the one hand, the court, by a narrower than expected majority, did uphold the concept of birthright citizenship. This was a priority of President Donald Trump's in his second term.
So again, rugby is a full contact sport and soccer is a no contact sport. You're not supposed to touch each other at all. Like basketball, you're not supposed to be touching each other at all. It's a zero contact sport. Of course, you know that it's not actually a zero contact sport. It's a full, but it's not full contact, obviously. You can't compare rugby to soccer because one is no contact and one is full contact.
He signed an executive order on the first day of his second term in office saying that he wanted to change that birthright citizenship should be illegal. The court said, he couldn't. But nevertheless, just the sort of the discourse around it surprised a lot of people. They thought this is settled. This has been settled for 150 years. So I'm curious about your thoughts about that, about
coming back. Dude, get off it, you little victim. God, you fucking crybaby. You need a little hanky. Little hanky. I see people coming off the pitch all the time in American football, and then 30 seconds later, they're walking around on the sidelines, talking, having a grand old time. Nothing's wrong. God damn it. Cry more. Jesus. I'm not even talking shit. This is just what happened. You think, oh, you've never seen a football. I grew up in America, asshole. When I grew up in LA, we had 2 fucking NFL teams when I was a kid. 2. Now they got 2 again. LA's got 2 NFL teams. I used to go to NFL. I used to go to college ball games. They never do that. Okay, fine. Whatever. Yeah. I've never seen a football match. I saw Kobe play at the Lakers. And when he was with the Lakers, I went to a game and people get hit and they fucking flop around. Same thing in baseball. People overdo it and they get hit and they flop around. Not so much in baseball, but still does happen. It does happen. Even in chess, shit, my God, I've seen chess, which is a zero contact fucking game. And if they move too fast and they hit the clock wrong, or they hit the person's hand, or they do something, everyone goes, "Oh my God, you broke the rules!" Because they broke the rules. It's a zero contact sport. Chess is a zero contact sport. And there's rules about the contact on football, and even rugby. They got rules. You don't like the fucking rules? Don't watch the sport. I don't give a shit. What the fuck do I care?
About how the court ruled as it did and why there was even a discussion to begin with.
Well, the court has to maintain some measure of legitimacy because they are so obviously a tool for authoritarian purposes. For example, they ruled to allow essentially unlimited cash donations into politics as well, extending the Citizens United decision. So they really couldn't have taken a...
Yeah, I mean, FIFA, clearly, it's corruption. If America wins this World Cup, it's going to go down with an asterisk next to it now. If America wins the World Cup, it'll be considered not a win by the rest of the world for the rest of history. Even if they beat Belgium, which I think they're playing tomorrow. When's the next game? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? Or maybe it's tonight. When is the next American? When do the Americans play next against Belgium? Today, 5 p.m. Today at 5 p.m., we'll be playing the Belgians. And if we win, it'll be considered a cheat because we didn't win by legitimate means because we broke the fucking rules. After we're the ones that had to change the rules and have more playbacks and have them look at little fucking video feedbacks. Like the judges, that's one of my favorite things about soccer was they didn't have the judges look at replays and try to like, oh, were you an inch out? You just got the call on the field. Sometimes it was a bad offsides call, and that was just part of the game. I love that about the game. There's some human error involved. Great. Love it.
Ruling that was so obviously inimical to the Constitution, as Trump was here asking them to do. And as you said, Stephen Miller and other administration officials have gone on the media and really excoriated the court in really the most extreme racist terms imaginable. Miller said that, we're going to have people from countries that wouldn't have even invented the wheel, and they're having babies in our hospitals, and these are kids who are going to grow up to serve on juries and judge you and your loved ones. In other words, he's saying that essentially non-white immigrants to the United States, because of their skin color, really.
Dude, what is your thing? Clinzy, are you on drugs? it sounds. Well, show me a country that is run by women, founded by women. There's been island cultures like that. There's been tribal cultures like that. Lots, actually. Shorty, little stinky pants. Jesus, you need a diaper change. You need someone to change. Somebody need to change. Someone's got a case of the Mondays and they got a little poopy in their poopies. Oh, you got a little poopy in your nappy. Time to get a little change. Someone needs to change. Can someone change this kid?
Are permanently inferior, permanently evil, permanently problematic, and should be permanently disbarred. So, you would think that someone growing up in the United States, even if they came from a difficult background, would, if they're like any other human being, be part of the culture and the education system. But that's what's being denied here. And that's why what we see, contra the court's decision in its removal of TPS designation, we see that this administration is promoting racism as essentially its main.
They're saying that ethnic cleansing is coming to America.
Major ideology.
TPS refers to temporary protected status. That was another consequential decision of the court. It clears the...
Which valley? Sky growing up in the valley? The San Fernando Valley is in Los Angeles County. Yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's it. And I graduated. Yeah, I went to LAUSD schools until I was a freshman in high school, and then I moved. I graduated from Orange County. It's a what do they call it? San Juan Capistrano District. I think San Juan Capistrano District. San Juan Unified School District. I forget what it was called down here. I was only down here for a couple of years, but I grew up in LA, and then I moved here in the middle of my freshman year to Orange County. And then I left and moved back to LA, and then I moved to Germany. Thanks, everybody, for asking. My high school history is what a stupid thing. I bet you did. Yeah, I was born in L.A. I was raised in L.A. When I was 14, I moved to Orange County. When I was 17, I moved back to L.A. Well, technically L.A. County. And then I moved to Germany. And then England, and then back to Germany, and then to Orange County, and then to Japan, and then to San Francisco, and then to Oakland, and then to Virginia, and then to Nevada, and then to Taiwan, and then to Orange County. And that's where I am right now. Thank you. Now you know every place I've lived. Thank you so much, everybody. Now you know all the places I've lived in my life. I've lived all over the fucking world. Congratulations.
Way for the Trump administration to revoke temporary protected status. In this case, the case before the court was specifically two groups, Haitians and Syrians, who had contested the administration's decision to do this. And other groups are implicated by this. There are other groups that are currently living in the United States under temporary protected status. This is a status that is conveyed to people whose countries of origin are considered too dangerous or too unstable to return to. And this was originally extended to people of Haitian descent after the earthquake, which was, this devastating earthquake some years ago. But at the same time, the administration is moving to end protections for Haitians. It's created this expedited pathway for white Afrikaners from South Africa. And so when you look at those two things together, what do you see?
Well, it's essentially the core of Nazi ideology, which is white replacement theory.
Jason Stanley, how fascism works and why ethnic cleansing is coming to America.
If you listen to Tucker Carlson, he says things like, well, we don't want people coming over and replacing Americans, but it's fine for white South Africans to come over and replace Americans. And who are the white South Africans coming over? They're people who are claiming that they've been oppressed because they are white. So we are importing people who are saying that they are targeted and victims because they are white. Those are the kinds of people we want to bring in to vote and serve on juries. And then we are expelling.
Oh my God. 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 If men and women are equal, why don't you have to sign up for the draft? Why only men? Because you live in a patriarchy, and patriarchy damages men as much as it damages women. The idea of hierarchy based on the genders is stupid. And because you worship a state, because you worship fascist states like the United States of America, you think that the draft somehow is hurting you. And it is hurting you. It's because of patriarchy. That's why they do it like that. So if you hate the draft and this fact that men and women aren't treated equally by the government, it's because of patriarchy. Because they've decided to teach you that women are less than, so that you Yes, we're going to exploit you. We're going to send you to war as cannon fodder. And if you're not being used as cannon fodder, don't worry. We're going to send you to the mines. If you don't want to go to the mines, don't worry. We're going to put you in a box, in a cubicle. You can do shit work for bosses for the rest of your life. We're going to enslave you. But you'll feel superior still because at least you're over the women, right? Yes, we're going to use you as cannon fodder, but at least you're over the women. That's how patriarchy and all hierarchy works. That's how it works. That's why they do it. Wake up. Wake up. Stop being stupid. Oh my God, Clinzy, you're fucking stupid. You're so fucking... I'm going to ban you. You're just annoying me now. Orange County, are you fucking stupid? You're fucking mentally challenged?
Those already in the country who are from Haiti, from Somalia, from Venezuela. And then the reason given for the lifting of TPS status in November 2025 was that it was in the national interest to remove Haitians from the United States. Why is it in the national interest? Because bringing in Haitians brings in criminal gangs. So that there is the Nazi propaganda.
Ooh, if it's patriarchal, why do women get desk jobs more than men? Good question. Well, things have changed a little bit. One of those things is that they've had equal access to education these days, to the point where most women are more educated than most men, which is crazy. I know. More women have advanced degrees than men at this point, and more men, because of the patriarchy and because they're told that they have to provide for others early on, which is patriarchy, they're told that they need to provide for others early on. They're sold this bullshit that they have to go work with their backs and not their brains. I was taught the same thing. I got a job when I was 13 doing shit work, digging fucking ditches, cleaning construction sites when I was 13 fucking years old. Yeah. Why? Because you got to make your own way in this world, kid. I got to teach you some work ethic. Yeah. Stupid. In a modern world, it doesn't make any sense. You were cheated. You weren't cheated by women. You were told that you were better than women, and it fucked you. It fucked you because you live in a patriarchy. Because patriarchy says that men are more important or superior than women. Stupid, right? It's almost as if men and women should be treated equally because they both bring a lot to the table. They both... See, as humanity, we kind of need both. You need both. That's why there's half of us and half of them. You need both. If you start being an idiot and you say some of us, 50% of us are more important than the other 50%, you have been tricked by the people in power to keep you stupid and divided. It's the first division, right? You get divided by gender, so that you don't go and kill the rich people who have the real power, because you're told, well, you've got this rung, you're on this rung, and you don't want to fuck with the people in power because you might slip. You might be treated like a woman. Well, you don't want to be treated like a woman, do you? You don't want to be treated like a woman, do you? You don't want to be treated like a woman. You know you don't want to be treated like a woman. So you'll continue treating women poorly. And you'll continue to worship people like Donald Trump or anybody in power or anybody with any money, especially if they're men, especially if they're white men. And you'll idolize them. And you'll consider them aspirational because you want to be like them someday. And so you'll keep towing their line. You'll keep repeating their rhetoric. You'll keep selling. You'll keep buying their propaganda. You'll keep buying whatever they're selling. Because at least you're not a woman. And if you're a white man, at least you're not a woman or a black man. I was reading about Billy the Kid yesterday. I've been watching movies that take place in New Mexico, and because I'm moving to New Mexico, and Young Guns takes place in New Mexico, so I watched it last night, and it was fun. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. When I was a kid, regulators mount up. I used to know all the words. I loved that movie when I was a kid. I haven't watched it since, and I watched it the first time last night. It was so much fun. I loved watching it, and it's kind of silly. But so I started reading about William H. Bonney last night, Billy the Kid, and he said Tunstall, who was like the father figure in the movie, he was actually only 24 when he was killed, and Billy the Kid was like 17, 18. He's more like a brother figure more than a father figure. But he said that Tunstall, and the reason why he killed so many men after the murder of Tunstall was because John Tunstall was the first person to treat him as if he were free and white. And that was just a normal thing to say back then. He was the first man who treated me like I was free and white. That was the quote from Billy the Kid about his benefactor, John Tunstall, the person over whom the Lincoln County War was, which is what the Young Guns movie is sort of about. Anyway, thank you so much. You grew up in LA County. The fact that you talk so much about counties just shows me what a cunt you are. Where did you grow up? I grew up in Canoga Park when it was the drive-by capital of America. But hey, whatever. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, you grew up in. Where did you grow up? Go ahead, Clinzy. Tell us what's what. I lived in Orange County for 3 years. You little cunt. Tell us where you grew up there, Clinzy Jr., with your diaper full of shit.
The linking of targeted racial groups to crime. So the idea, and of course, Haitian immigrants are not in any sense more connected, or even as connected to crime as other groups.
Yeah, exactly. You can confirm you've been plumbing for 15 years of a bad back and fucked up knees. And the reason why, you can thank patriarchy. We would never... We won't think of a better way to do that, or a cleaner way to do that business. We won't think of a better way, safer way. We don't care, because you're a man and you're at least better than a woman. So you'll sacrifice everything. You'll sacrifice it all. You'll have a bad back, calloused hands, broken ribs, bad lungs. Shit, even me. And I stopped doing the real menial shit a long time ago. But you know what? I've always been coming in the service entrance my whole life. Always came in the service entrance or the back door.
We're talking about a group that has 14,000 of them are nursing assistants, 8,000 of them are caregivers. So, we've got a large group of vital people contributing billions and billions of dollars to the economy, but it's supposed to be in our national interest to remove them because somehow they're sort of destined genetically to not thrive here. And then, of course,
this is such an interesting thing about fascism, but you guys are talking about the men and women thing, and I can't let it go. Women have more rights than men. It's funny. No wonder they're suffering a male loneliness epidemic. They cry more than newborn babies starving of hunger and will remain miserable no matter what. What's true, though, is that it's not a male loneliness epidemic. That's what's so sad. There's a loneliness epidemic in America. Women are going through it, too. And the fact that we call it the male loneliness epidemic, the fact that we call it that, just goes to show who society is trying to put over whom. Women are going through. Talk to women. Holy shit. What they're going through in this loneliness epidemic is also very bad. It's just that women have been taught to find connection with other women, not sexual connection, but a social bonding. They learn that at a young age. Whereas as men, we're taught that we must compete with every other boy. We can compete as men with the other men all the time. And if any man looks at our woman, that's because he's in competition with us. We're taught this shit. We're socialized this bullshit. So that divides us. It divides us. Women can take it a little bit better than men being lonely. Men, once they lose their supposed value, which was, manual labor and big, strong, I'm a protector. When you lose that, which it was all bullshit, by the way. I mean, I think it's very manly to protect. I think I want to protect people. I want to help the innocent. I want to make the world a better place. But these boys these days, they don't even want to do that. They don't want to be protectors. They don't want to stick up for women. They don't want to stick up for boys and girls. They don't want to stick up for animals. They want to exploit them. It used to be that men at least pretended to care about women being a little less physically able, and so they wanted to stick up for women and be there for them. Not anymore. And so when you lose that, what do you got? And then you don't even have male friends to hang out with. So they're all in fucking video games. Their friends are in the headphones while they're playing video games. That's their community. That's all they got. And they turn to violence. Your back is so bad. My back, there's a reason why I stand up during these things, when I stand up because I hurt myself when I sit down. My feet, my back, everything hurts all the time. But I spent my life on my feet. Like I spent my life working on my feet, standing up for 12 hours a day. And now when I sit down, I feel uncomfortable. I feel like my legs, I don't know what to do with my legs because I never sat down.
There's the Nazi propaganda that J.D. Vance engaged in, which is that they're eating cats and dogs. In other words, they're savages.
Just to clarify for people who don't necessarily know what you're talking about, during the campaign, during a presidential debate, President Trump made this assertion that Haitians in Springfield, Ohio were eating people's pets. And I have to...
Women do compete with each other, but they also have, they're also taught very early that it's not that they compete with each other. It's that women are socialized to fight with their words and be more like using social dynamics in order to attack each other. So it's not that they're in competition in the same way. Of course they're in competition with each other, just like men are, right? We're taught that especially as Americans, that we got to beat everybody else and there's winners and losers. We're taught these things. And of course they're totally untrue. The more we work together, the better it is for everybody. But of course there's competition and backbiting. Men and women do the same shit, but women have social networks that they've developed and they've been taught to develop. If you watch women and men at restaurants or bars, right? Men will all sit shoulder to shoulder so they can all watch TV together. And that's considered great social time for men. They don't know, or ask any woman. They say when a woman asks you about your best male friends, the men don't know any. They don't have any of the tea. The men don't even have. They're like, how's so and so doing with his wife? And the guys will be like, I don't know. We don't talk about that stuff. What do you talk about? I don't know. I don't know what we talk about. What talk to me? I'm a man and I talk to my male friends, and sometimes I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck we talked about. Like, it was great hanging out, but we didn't talk about that deep shit. Women do. Women do. They build social connections. And yeah, there's conniving and backbiting in politics. They're really good at that shit. Men, not so much. But so what I'm just trying to say is that women kind of handle the loneliness epidemic a little bit more than men. Women aren't going into schools and shooting up a bunch of people because of it. Women aren't trying to assassinate the president because of it. Women aren't going just, although some women are, getting sucked into that video game thing too, but not as much as men, not as much as boys. Holy shit, boys. Now they call it a male epidemic, but like I said, if 50% are men and 50% are women, it's just a loneliness epidemic. It's not a male loneliness epidemic.
To tell you, having reported this thoroughly, it is false. It is false. So I just feel like I have to say this. But having said that, one of the arguments that the people, the advocates for the Haitians made in arguing against revoking their temporary protected status was that this was racist. And the administration denies that it's racist. There was a post on X, formerly Twitter, last September where the department wrote allegations that DHS law enforcement officers engage in racial profiling.
Dude, exactly. Sky, the worst part about it, society gives zero fucks about us. Totally. That's patriarchy. That's because of patriarchy. Who keep society safe and able to use their homes and places of work safely. Men don't have to do much to make that happen. We should stop worshiping the state, and men could just not do the damage, right? Usually you're protecting people from other men. So we could just have mental health infrastructure. We can have healthcare, but men don't really provide anymore. We don't provide the basics. That's the thing. Like men will go on and on about, oh, you guys don't like us. It's like, well, what have you fucking provided lately? Have we got healthcare like the rest of the world? No. Have we got what do we got? What do we got? What the fuck are men providing these days? You think it's about money. It's not only about money. Of course, there's some of that, but most women are totally okay with being with a broke ass motherfucker who treats them nice. Most women are okay with being with dudes that are ugly. Dude, I used to work in Vegas. I'd see these women dressed to the nines, dressed up, tits out, high heels. They're dressed so like they're ready to go out. Who are they with? Some guy with a wife beater and camo shorts. And he's like looking like trash. I saw that a lot. It just goes to show women totally okay. They like dick is still popular. I don't like, of course I don't get it, but 50% of the population loves dick still. So I don't understand how men are even complaining. They basically have to give zero effort. And yes, society doesn't give a shit about them, but society never gave a shit about you. I think that men are just starting to wake up about that. The oligarchs hate you. Women love you. Women love you. Women will laugh at all your stupid jokes. They'll suck your dick. They'll go to watch shitty movies with you. They will sit through Marvel movies with you. They will watch James Bond for the 20th time with you. They'll start adopting your hobbies. If you're a surfer, they'll become a surfer with you. If you're into comedy, they'll go to the comedy club with you. If you like comic books, they'll start reading comic books with you. Women love men. Society hates men. Society, the people in charge hate men because they have no use for you anymore. Except for every 4 years when they can convince you to get upset about black people or trans people. Then you're useful to them and you'll vote for the Nazi. But other than that, I don't give a fuck about you. Unless they can buy and sell you. That's why they love you when you're in the military. They love you when you're in the military because they can kill you. But they'll salute you. Oh, we love you, sir. Yeah, you're the best. We'll salute you, wave flag. Oh, we love you. They don't love you. They're using you. The bosses are using you. Women love you. That's it. My husband was broke and homeless when we met. I'm telling you, broke, homeless guys got game still. It's amazing. Women, holy shit. I mean, Hitler had a girlfriend. Donald Trump has a wife. He's cheated on all of his wives, and he has another wife. He's cheated on this wife. He still has her. You think Eva Braun hated Jews before she met Adolf Hitler? No, she just took over his hobbies. She's like, I hate him too.
Are disgusting, reckless, and categorically false. What makes someone a target for immigration enforcement is if they are illegally in the U.S., not their skin color, race, or ethnicity. How do you respond to that?
How is that consistent with the statements that President Trump made or Stephen Miller has made or Greg Bovino's attendance at a remigration conference in Portugal with a known neo-Nazi who advocates the return of most non-whites in Europe to their supposed home countries? I mean, we have time and we're told time and time again that certain non-white groups, that Haitians, that Somalians are sort of essentially devoid of moral principles and could not acquire them. That is the very definition of racism.
Let's just say for the sake of argument that somebody's listening to our conversation and says, you know what, that's a shame. That's a shame. But, temporary protected status is supposed to mean temporary. The fact is they should either find other pathways to regularize their status or they should go home. It was never meant to be this long. It's a shame. But what does it have to do with me? What would you say to people who felt that way?
Well, Gurleen Joseph of the Haitian Bridge Alliance spoke about this. She spoke about the trauma that these people are feeling, the extreme nature of what's about to occur. We witnessed what happened in Minneapolis. The citizens of Minneapolis, regardless of their ethnicity, background, whatever, were traumatized. And that trauma of having an invasion of your home city will last for decades. I mean, that was a brutal thing for the world to see that destroyed America's reputation. I mean, I am obviously living in Canada. I work all over the world. Those pictures of what happened in Minneapolis were incredibly impactful negatively on America's reputation. And then just as a human rights matter, think about children growing up in this country whose parents are hiding in basements, unable to go out. Now, I've heard Christopher Rufo had an interview recently with the New York Times' Ezra Klein. He said, they did it incorrectly. They shouldn't have used military force. They shouldn't have, basically invaded an American city. We should do it differently to encourage them to self-deport. We should close them from the banking system. We should close them from schools.
It's funny. This guy's name is Jason, and this guy's name is Jason. What Canada thinks of us, no one's concerned. I don't care what Jasons think. I don't care what Jasons think. This guy's name is Jason. I don't care what Jasons think. This guy wrote the book about fascism, and you're like, I don't like him because he lives in Canada. Jason Stanley. Where was the author Jason Stanley born? Born in New York. He's American. Go fuck yourself. He's American living in Canada because why do you think this guy who hates fascism and wrote the book on fascism lives in Canada instead of the United States? This guy's American, you dumb piece of garbage. I knew he was American. You know why? Because he talks like American and he talks and writes like an American. And you're like, I don't like him because he lives in Canada. He's Canadian, so shut up. You little pussies.
Hospitals. I first heard the concept of encouraging people to self-deport in the context of Nazi Germany. That was the explicit goal. They wanted to treat people brutally to encourage them to self-deport.
That's right. Exactly. I said that from day one. It was a deportation scheme. Everything that the Nazis were talking about, except for Action T4, which was about killing enfeebled people, people with mental illness and old people. They wanted to kill them. Not Jews. They wanted to deport Jews.
So what we're about to witness is a massive ethnic cleansing. This massive ethnic cleansing will be on a historical scale. It'll be like the Rohingya in Myanmar, another case of ethnic cleansing. This is going to be ethnic cleansing that will be a stain on the soul of America for as long as this nation exists.
You've used the word Nazi several times in our conversation, and there are people who, of different perspectives, who take issue with the word. They think it has a specific historical meaning and it should only be applied to that meaning. And there are others who just...
It's a shorthand for National Socialist, and Donald Trump is a National Socialist.
I think it's extreme in the American context. What do you say to that?
Yeah, well, Hitler in Mein Kampf describes the United States as the country he most wants to emulate. Germany, he describes it as a racial state. And we know that Hitler read Madison Grant's book, The Passing of the Great Race, when he was in prison and admired it, about how the Nordic race, the Nordic whites are being replaced by immigrants, and we need to prevent this, or else we will destroy the great race. And this is the ideology we're returning to. And the fact is, this ideology deeply affected Hitler and helped shape the Nazi ideology. So I'm not saying we face mass anti-Semitism on the American right. We do not face any kind of genocide of Jewish.
Add this to the list of stains.
People, but what we face is white replacement theory. This enormous racism that's based in the United States. We have to see the roots of Nazi ideology.
If you're just tuning in, my name is Skyjack Morgan. This is independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube and in YouTube history. Please like and subscribe, and please think about doing a super chat, or right here on YouTube, or on Twitch or Facebook, or you can Cash App Skyjack Morgan or Venmo Skyjack Morgan, and to support independent media and the Morning Sky Show. Thank you for watching the Morning Sky Show, everybody. Hit that like button, double click. If you already liked it, hit that emojis, drop an emoji in the chat. Let me know how you're feeling. What's the deal and how you feeling? Hit that emoji erection in the YouTube chat window. Do me a favor, help out the algorithm. Drop an emoji in the chat, or just tell me what city you're from. I'd love to know who's watching when, and it helps the algorithm, and people will come, and there'll be a robust chat, and maybe the maggers might come and tell me why they're not fascist.
In the United States, and the extermination of indigenous people and the white racial hierarchy of the United States. So it's when they tell us they want to make America great again, what they mean is they want to return us to the time of the Asian Exclusion Act, the 1924 Immigration Act that closed our borders, to Jim Crow, as the Supreme Court has just returned us to Jim Crow in terms of voting rights of Black Americans in the South. And these are the things that affected Nazi law, the very laws that removed the citizenship of my father and my German side of my family were based on the Jim Crow laws. So, this is not an either or here. It's, the era they're returning us to is the era of American fascism.
Some people may argue that these policies are tough, even distasteful, but they're the result of voters demanding stronger immigration enforcement after years of record border crossing. And so they would argue that this is, and in fact, I think the administration argues this, that this is not authoritarianism, it's actually democratic policymaking, and that this is the result, that these actions are the result of what the voters have expressed their desire to be. What would you say to that?
Well, liberal democracy is not just the tyranny of the majority. If the majority of people say, okay, we want to kill all the Jews, you can't kill all the Jews. You can't say, oh, it's democracy. The majority of people want that. Liberal democracy is a commitment to the foundational ideals of my country, the United States, which is that all humans are created equal, all men are created equal. You can't violate fundamental principles of human rights in a liberal democracy, even if the majority want it. And this would be a mass ethnic cleansing. Why is it that they stopped the ICE invasion of Minneapolis? Well, it's the heroic actions of the people in Minneapolis, of course. But what the people of Minneapolis did is they showed how horrific what was happening was, and it became extremely democratically unpopular. Now I think what their hope is to do it all behind the scenes. the brutality will be, this happened to my family in Berlin. They were hidden. They were increasingly walled off from the rest of society. They didn't allow Jews to be on the stage, so you could only have, my grandmother went around and did theater just for other Jewish people. They walled them off from society, and that's what they're doing. They're taking that playbook, and they're hoping that people won't see it. Well, if it was democratically popular, they shouldn't need to do it behind the scenes.
You have always expressed yourself in these very stark terms, especially in relation to these issues. You express yourself in terms.
You mean like in honest terms? Call a Nazi a Nazi? I'm sick of all this pussyfooting.
That a lot of people find extreme. I mean, you know this. People say that, you're hysterical or that you are being extremist. So when you say that this needs to be thought of in sort of a larger historical context, that we've seen this kind of behaviors before, do you see that people are seeing the sort of the historical threads that you have been trying to sort of draw for them over the course of really the past couple of years?
Yes, I mean, I think every time I say that something will happen and people mock me for saying it, it then becomes, something that everyone says. Everyone knows the midterms are under threat. Everyone knows they're trying to steal the midterms. That's not a radical or extreme thing to say right now. What they did in Minneapolis was radical and extreme. They invaded a U.S. city with essentially like a militarized police force, directed inside against the country. And I think across what Americans need to realize is the whole world is coming to think in very extreme terms about the United States. And I'm an American. I don't want my country to go through. We already have this horrific legacy. This draws on that horrific legacy. This moment in America draws on our horrific legacy of anti-Black racism, of mass incarceration. We're building these ever larger warehouses to store these people in, to store immigrants in. And I just don't want to see my country further permanently scarred by these crimes against humanity, which I fear we are just about to perpetrate.
Professor Jason Stanley, thank you for talking with us once again.
Thank you.
I think she did a great job. I don't know. Expert on fascism, expert on Nazis, saying that Donald Trump is a Nazi. I don't know why I got to keep explaining to people what fascism is. Maybe I just got to keep doing that for the rest of my life. Explain to people how fascism works. Yes, it's better than a podcast. Thank you, Kuka. Thank you. It's better than a podcast. That's all I aim for. Please. I hope it's better than a podcast. That's all I care about.
Thousands of protesters in Albania clashing with police in large and violent demonstrations. Rocks, eggs, and plastic bottles being hurled, police responding with tear gas, pepper spray, and even a water cannon. The protests have been dubbed the Flamingo Revolution, now a rallying cry against the political elite.
I think it's great, all these flamingos. I love it.
Triggered about a month ago by a
I love this because Kushner is trying to make Epstein Island Part 2 over in Albania, and because Ivanka, the Rothschilds, and the Kushner, he wants to make Kushner Island. Let's have a pedophile island off the coast of Albania. Let's do it. Let's kill all the flamingos, and we'll build a new Epstein Island.
real estate development plan.
I wish billionaires would stop buying islands, but I guess they just discovered it. She thinks that she discovered this island.
Backed by President Trump's daughter Ivanka and her husband Jared Kushner.
The reason I'm here is because of the project investment is
Albania first.
that is going to take place in Svernets, Flora.
Keep your hands away from Nartai. Ivanka, keep your hands away from Narta. Don't touch Narta, Ivanka.
Which is going to be financed by Jared Kushner.
Ivanka out. Look at the blood on the bald eagle. Man. It looks like the whole world is protesting against Donald Trump these days.
The government supportive of the plan facing huge backlash after it greenlit the proposal to build high-end hotels, apartments, villas, and resorts on a wildlife reserve and a currently uninhabited island in Albania.
We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went.
I can't believe she had the fucking nerve. We swam to the islands and we saw an untouched wilderness. And we're like, we need to own this and create a new pedophile island right here. We need to do that.
On a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated.
But the outcry from protesters centers on the environmental impact and concerns over the animals that inhabit the Adriatic coast.
We want transparency. We want to protect our nature.
As the demonstrations have grown, so has their message. Protesters now calling for the prime minister to step down.
That was just a spark that ignited the fire that started this massive protest. We are here to protect Albanians from the most corrupt.
We dove off, but she literally said that she went on a trip on the yacht of the Rothschilds and they swam to an island and they walked just barefoot up a mountain. And they said, we must own this. No one's allowed. All these animals must die. We have to own this now. Land is here to be exploited. Land is here to be turned into territory.
That's why land exists, is to be owned by the rich. That's why it exists.
Government in Europe, not only Europe, but all over the world.
The Prime Minister, a former professional basketball player, writing on social media, the beautiful protest of citizenship, patriotism, and cleanliness has now given way to the old film of conflict, quarrel, violence. The government argues the development could transform the former communist nation as it continues its decade-long push to gain EU membership. But a member of the EU Parliament says Albania is, quote, playing with fire by pursuing this real estate deal and could throw its EU application in jeopardy.
Fuck the EU. Fuck trying to be part of this shit. Why do you want to be like this? Is this worth it?
For now, the Prime Minister remains defiant. NBC News reached out to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump for comment on the demonstrations and didn't immediately hear back. This week, police putting up metal fences to secure the parliament and the Capitol. Protesters, though.
Look at men and women standing together, everybody. Look at that. Oh, the men protect us, huh? All I see is men and women in these streets. I love that men are like, we protect you. Really? Then get the fuck out in the streets. Go do something. In other countries, when cops brutalize women, they go and they kill a bunch of cops. Where you been, men? Go do something about it. When Renee Good got shot in the face, all I heard about was men going, but he was afraid. He was afraid, so he shot her in the face. When they shot Miramar, yeah, he was afraid, so he shot her 6 times and then bragged about it and laughed about it. That's men for you. Women need protecting. I don't know. Seems like it's about 50-50 out here in these streets.
Vow they will continue filling the streets until their demands are met. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
We thank you for watching. And
why is it every time I see a person standing up to ICE, it's a woman?
Seth, so you say that,
but men are protecting them. No, they're not.
Russia is currently facing its, quote, dark.
If you want society to care about you, go do something. Men have become an embarrassment.
Darkest period since the war began, with its military stalled on the battlefield, losing territory in some areas. In some ways, it feels like we have seen that headline before, and yet Russia continues to hold on.
Yeah, that's a great irony, Erica, is that Russia is losing at historical numbers. Our estimate, 450,000 deaths since the war began in February, and then 1.4 million casualties. To put that in perspective, the U.S. has lost just about 100,000 in all of its wars between World War II and today. So the Russians have lost 4 times those numbers.
Between World War II, not World War II, though. We lost like 270,000 people. What are you talking about? And we lost 600,000 in Civil War. Like, I don't know, 100,000 after World War II. So, I mean, okay. So we lost 100,000 after World War II. Not World War II, though.
Numbers in only 4.5 years. Yet Vladimir Putin continues to fight and to accept those extraordinary fatalities and casualty rates among his forces despite those losses.
And I know there's even among your findings, right? Ukraine, I think, has lost about 1/3 as many troops. Those estimates, though, could even be low because Moscow, I know, routinely underreports casualties. Do you believe there's a chance the actual toll could be even higher than 450,000 for Russia?
I mean, it's possible. Any estimate is an estimate. I mean, we have taken a look at a lot of data and talked to intelligence and government organizations from across Europe and the United States. It is noteworthy that the British intelligence estimate is a little bit higher than ours, closer to 500,000 deaths, which is stunning. So, but I think our general sense is we're in the ballpark.
In the ballpark. What does it also tell you about the state of this war, right? And how much longer Russia can actually continue, especially with losses of that magnitude?
Yeah, and also, it is worth noting, as we've seen in CNN video clips, that Russian cities are now being routinely hit by drone strikes and long-range missiles. Moscow, St. Petersburg, Crimea, which has been hit. How long can Russia sustain that?
I'm actually kind of surprised that they're so ballsy blowing up St. Petersburg and Moscow.
That's a very good question. It's one that's impossible to predict. What I will say is Vladimir Putin is feeling the pressure right now, the economic pressure from this war dragging on and the fatalities, which is, I think, why he's looking to respond in some way that, as you noted at the beginning of this segment, President Zelensky is predicting large-scale Russian attacks against Ukraine over the next 24 hours.
So,
man, they're going to go. I think they might do something crazy. I think Russia might be doing something crazy soon. I don't think Vladimir Putin's going to let them just win.
Ukraine, right, under attack in this very moment, right? And Zelensky says they're anticipating ballistic missiles. The drone attacks are already underway. When it comes to the losses for Ukraine, the numbers are smaller, as we noted, about 1/3. Ukraine's population, though, is also much smaller. Where do things stand for Ukraine at this moment?
Well, Ukraine does face, we call, a manpower disadvantage. The Russians have a much larger population, more forces they can draw on, and a much larger population base. The problem Ukraine has is that it has to have this discussion about, does it lower its conscription age right now to something closer to 18, which is where the U.S. was when it was in World War II, for example. Plus, it's struggling with munitions.
Why is Russia at war? Because they want to invade a country that is the second largest grain producer in Europe. They have an oil pipeline. access to the Mediterranean, and I mean, it's like all sorts of reasons. Like, I don't know, lots of reasons. And ancestral lands, they want to have control, but usually it's just controlling of resources. They just want to control the resources of the Ukraine. They want to control the resources. Always the same reason.
Shortfalls as well. So Ukraine has a couple of different problems it's going to have to deal with.
What are the chances that Ukraine sees any additional support coming out of next week's NATO summit?
Well, Erica, that's a good question. I know there's been a lot of discussion from NATO countries, particularly
The Balkans have always been a problem, man. The Balkan Wars, man, it's always been a problem. Powder keg every time. It's the day that Russia invaded. I remember having a YouTube channel, and I said, the first day that this happened, we're going to start seeing trouble in the Middle East, and it's true. Just 1 year later, well, of course, we saw what happened on October 7th, and then right after that, I said, okay, well, then Asia's next. And we're starting to see trouble in Asia, starting to get a little dicey over there. You got all sorts of issues, but the big one, of course, is Taiwan, and what they keep talking about Taiwan again. And I'm really worried that if it goes too much longer in Kiev and Ukraine, then I think that, in the Middle East, we're bombing Iran again. So, I mean, we're still fucking around over there. Thousands of people have been murdered in Gaza since the ceasefire. So that's not a ceasefire in my book. And it's just a matter of time we get Taiwan going. And then we'll have a world war. No bueno. A world war keeps the fascists in power. Makes us feel like we can't live without them. We can't live without the military. We can't live without the myth of the military. Men can protect us. Let's put the men over there. Sky rights.
European NATO countries have continued to provide more air defense capabilities and more components for drones and missiles, the ones that we're seeing strike Russian targets in cities like Moscow and St.
250,000 Russians killed in the war. Fuck, that's crazy. That's like all of Albuquerque. That's almost the whole city dead.
Petersburg. I think that's going to be a big part of the conversation. How much the U.S. wants to provide, that is a big question mark.
Rescue workers in Kyiv are desperate.
How are we already not in a world war? Because we've bitched about our allies. We haven't actually sent troops anywhere. We are afraid. We're cowards. And Asia hasn't really gotten too crazy yet. It'll happen though. I think as resources dwindle, then you might see something. Especially now, we still have trade going on. There's still trade. So no one's cut anybody off. Like no one said, okay, you can't have oil or something, except for Cuba. But other countries, we don't have these blockades like they did leading up to World War II or World War I. Nothing really crazy's happened like the Lusitania or something that really has caught American or anybody's real imagination, right? We haven't had a 9/11 or a Pearl Harbor or something like that. But it's called a powder keg for a reason, right? Like Franz Ferdinand, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, he got killed in Serbia, I want to say. No, a Serbian killed him. And Princip, I think his name was, in World War I. And then the Lusitania happened. So it was like you had to have two kind of major events. The Archduke was killed. It got Europe all up in arms. And then the Lusitania was bombed. Same thing happened in World War II, right? You had the bombing of London, and you had the move into Poland and got Europe all crazy. But America blockaded Japan, and when that happened, Japan did Pearl Harbor. So you had like big stuff happening in Europe, and then Pearl Harbor, and then you almost had to go to war after that because Americans want blood. So I think if you had a 9/11 happen, if you vaporized 3,000 Americans, we'd be at world war right now. Yeah, or 3,000 Taiwanese. I mean, that could happen too. Something really big. So I think that's why we're not in a world war right now. We're in a trade war with a lot of people, but trade's still happening. Billionaires are still getting billions. Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing lately is Venezuela's earthquake, right? And this Ukraine thing is just like it's just like having a Vietnam. It's just not going it's not going the way that anybody wants it to go. and Gaza was just just straight up genocide. So Iran is pretty crazy. I mean, imagine if something big happens, like a big bomb goes off someplace. We're just waiting. Basically, we've collected all the powder in the powder room, and all we have to do is light a match. I think that's where we are today.
We begin with breaking news. 4 people have been shot in East LA.
It happened near where crowds gathered after Mexico's loss in the World Cup last night. KTLA's Aaron Myers is live in East LA with the latest here in the morning.
Good morning to you both. Those 4 people are recovering this morning, and we're told the shooting happened after an argument, and people were celebrating in this area. We see fireworks and beer bottles on the ground. You can see they do have this area blocked off here on Whittier Boulevard still for the investigation. The shooting happening there at the intersection behind us, and Sky 5 was overhead shortly after this all unfolded last night.
That's Whittier Boulevard, as you see as I pan to the left here. There's 2 other locations.
Fans of the Mexico national team had gathered in the area when these shots rang out. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says that a verbal altercation occurred near the intersection of Whittier Boulevard and Leonard Avenue. During that altercation, the suspect pulled out a handgun and fired several rounds, striking 2 intended victims, 2 men. 2 others, a woman and a male juvenile, that were not involved, were also shot. This just after 9:30 last night. 2 of the victims fled the area and were found at Amalia Avenue and 6th Street and at Amalia Avenue and Whittier Boulevard after contacting deputies. And deputies could be seen tending to at least one of the victims on the ground. We know all 4 were taken to the hospital and said to have non-life-threatening injuries. They are in stable condition as of this morning. At this time, there is no description of the shooter. And there were festivities in Santa Ana as well. A large crowd of fans there took to the street around 9:30 near the intersection of Bristol and McFadden. Many waving Mexican flags and setting off fireworks. And at one point, a car drives up and people are seen rocking it and shaking it around. We have reached out to Santa Ana police to see if any arrests were made there. Now back here live here in East LA, we know no arrests have been made at this time. And if anyone has any information, they are encouraged to contact the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Man, this World Cup shit, whatever. At least they're all alive. 4 people got shot after Mexico lost the World Cup. They're saying it's related because there were so many people in the street, but it might not be related. It might not be related. You never know.
Both chambers of Congress are in recess this week after a dramatic standoff brought last week's legislative business to an early end. The House has just 8 days left to pass key legislation before the August recess. Republicans are reportedly feeling defeated. Leadership concerns some members may lose motivation to even show up in Washington. The Wall Street Journal says this, quote, a growing number of GOP lawmakers have little incentive to come to work.
You know, it's funny. People always say this about America and soccer. America plays more soccer than any other country in the world. We have more people playing soccer than any other country in the world. People love soccer here. It's just that it's, you know, our women's team does great. Our women's team is winning. It's just that we have American football and it takes a lot of the air out of the room. So, but more people play soccer. All the kids play soccer. Women play soccer. Lots of men play soccer, but it's pretty big. F the World Cup. Yeah, but it's always been a big sport. It's just that American football is such a big sport. Baseball is such a big sport. Basketball is such a big sport that people are like, oh, no one cares about soccer. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They're big. People fill stadiums. People make lots of money on soccer. People love soccer here, too. People love fucking ping pong here. It's just it's not as big as football and baseball and basketball. It's like we have these big fucking ultra big corporations in charge, you know. They're not going to let soccer just take away their thunder. So, you know, there's not as big, but maybe there will be. Maybe NFL will finally go the way it should, the way the dodo.
Or toe the party line, putting critical legislation in danger as Republicans lurch towards the midterms. Joining me now, Ohio Congressman Michael Ruley. Congressman, what are you hearing from your colleagues about this? Is there still any motivation to get the president's agenda moved forward before the midterms?
I think any member that was in Washington over the weekend, there's nothing but motivation. The president's speech was so uplifting and so promising. Our best days are yet to come. I think we're going to do it. I mean, last week was embarrassing with rules going down. That was a little bit disappointing. But I think this after this week we have in district, we should be okay next week.
You think you're going to be okay? But what do you mean okay? Like, what can you get through? What business can be done next week? Because you've only got a few days.
But we have to get rules passed on Monday. So, we're going to look to Dr. Fox, the chairman of rules, to push that through to make sure that we have the right agenda. My good friend Anna Luna down in Florida, we're trying to get that SAVE Act in there, which is so important. But, you're going to be tied into the Senate right there. And that's the real glitch, Cheryl.
Well, I mean, I had Senator Johnson yesterday, Senator Marshall, and I asked him about Save America because this is all about Save America, what you're talking about. Both of them had said to me that they just want to get, Democrats on record as voting. But getting that through, even if it's a slimmed down version, is likely going to be Reconciliation 3.0, if it even gets there.
Well, I think the resistance, the 10 or 15 members that were voting against rules because of the Save America Act, those conversations were going on all weekend. They'll be going on all this week directly with the president. So we're going to make sure those people get on.
Why does Mike Johnson always look like Satan when he smiles?
Once rules pass, we'll be able to get everything through except the Save America Act. But then you're talking about the filibuster. But Save America Act is probably number one because the existence of the country depends on that.
Well,
Yeah. Are you sure you're an anarchist? Yeah. Pretty fucking sure. Pretty fucking sure. Yes.
Yeah, well, Americans had a blast this weekend. We saw it firsthand how Democrats.
You're not checking the box. What box aren't I checking? If I didn't know I was checking boxes today. This is a news reaction show. Tell me what box I'm not checking.
They had other priorities. They released a report accusing the America 250 celebration as being a pay-to-play scheme. It also blasted Hillsdale College's educational freedom truck, which Democrats claim put a Christian nationalism twist on American history.
Freedom truck. I got a freedom truck. Yeah, I think that's going to be a Trojan horse for Christianity for sure. Freedom truck, like Liberty University. It's Liberty University. It's a fucking Jerry Falwell's university. Liberty, that university, the one started by Jerry Falwell, the fucking Christian Nazi. Yeah, that guy. Why is it called Liberty? Well, because it's a good Trojan horse. Americans love liberty, so we're going to call it Liberty.
Joining us now is Chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer. Chairman, thanks for joining us. I don't know if you can put a Christian nationalism twist on a history that began with a bunch of Christian Americans who really believed in creating a country, but what that means...
They believed in creating a country, Christian Americans. I don't know. Most of those fucking founding fathers were deists, man. They didn't even really go for... They were enlightened. They had the Enlightenment period. They didn't think about Christ so much.
Dad, is this something that you think Democrats are going to investigate, or is it probably... It's in a long line of things Democrats will investigate if they get the gavel?
Well, one of the Democrats you had on there said oversight will begin if the Democrats win, and mentioned
sports. If you enjoy watching people play sports, it's you're a fascist. You're not an anarchist. Maybe you should stick around. I talk all the time about how sports should not be in school, how no one should be paying for these fucking sports, and that they're ridiculous. But hating people enjoying stuff isn't anarchist. You don't hate because people like games. People like games. You're not an anarchist if you like games. Voting. Yeah, I could take it or leave it. They are Freemasons. Sports is parallel. Voting. Listening to MSM News. What's MSM News? MSM. Mainstream media. It's an anarchist reaction to mainstream media. That's the show. That's the Morning Sky show.
investigating the 4th of July celebration. Oversight is in full swing. We are investigating waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what the Oversight Committee is about. We're all over Medicaid and Medicare fraud. We're working closely with Vice President J.D. Vance. We're working closely now with a revamped Department of Justice that's prosecuting dozens and dozens of people for fraud. So I think the Oversight Committee is the one committee in Washington that's actually functioning and doing good work for the American taxpayers. But what you see is the Democrats have so much hatred for Donald Trump. They're blinded by their loyalty to their country. They would rather Donald.
Sinful toaster. I guess if you say that you don't care what they say, that's fine. That's cool. If you don't care about the country and what we're doing in it, and I guess you could just check out. I mean, the Leninist philosophy is that you have to be parliamentary with the bourgeoisie, or else you can't actually be where the people are, and you can't affect change. See how good that does for you. Just check out. See how well that does. I'm totally okay with people becoming hermits and moving out to the fucking desert and turning off YouTube and turning off everything. It's great. Go do it, man. Fuck yeah. But like the rest of us want to fight, and you can't fight if you don't know what the people are talking about. And the best way to know what people are talking about is watching the Fox News and MSN Now and what the creators are doing. And I'm interesting. I've always been curious about what people are doing and what they're caring about, what they're talking about, the zeitgeist. It's important, actually. In fact, it's so important that if like sports, for example, like I think sports are fun to watch. I think it's crazy that people get all wound up about them. But at the end of the day, if you don't know what's going on with sports, you might not know how your business is doing. Like when I used to work in restaurants, if the local sports team does well, your staff gets better tips. You sell more alcohol. And it's not because they're sports fans. Just the vibe of the whole city changes. And why? Because people enjoy this shit. And if you don't know about it, then you'll just be ignorant. I'm against ignorance. I don't want to be ignorant. But whatever. I try to look through the propaganda, try to look through the kayfabe, try to have interesting takes, try to be a little funny. Maybe it's not for you. It's okay.
Trump fail and America fail, then celebrate the success of our founding fathers and the fact that we are the greatest nation on the planet. We are the greatest nation. Trust me, we're the greatest nation on the planet. I know you're not allowed to go anywhere, and you need a visa to leave the country now. And most of the countries in the world don't want you there. So trust me, just trust me on we are the greatest country on the planet. And you could trust me because I talk with this type of accent. I've never been outside of I couldn't lose it.
because I never left my little town, and this is where I live, and I love it. It's the best country on the planet. Trust me.
This nation in the history of the world. Anyone can.
Best country in the history of the world, even, because I know my history. I'm James Comer, and I know my history. Where did James Comer go to university? What school did James Comer go to? Monroe County High School in Tompkinsville, Kentucky. And then he attended Western Kentucky University, where he earned a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. I know, because I got a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, so I know that I'm the most important. This is the most important country in the world, greatest country in American history, and greatest country in world history, because I got a degree in agriculture. You can trust me on that.
Become anything in America because of the sacrifices of our founding fathers, the sacrifices of our soldiers, the sacrifices of our American heroes. And that's what last night was all about. President Trump made the focus about.
It was all about our heroes and people who died.
Honoring our heroes and being proud to be an American. And all the Democrats want to do is say, oh, if you vote for us, we'll investigate Trump for wasting money on an independent celebration that, oh, by the way, mentioned Christianity, even though our country was founded by people seeking.
Again, this guy hates the Constitution. He says he loves America, but he fucking hates it. He hates the Constitution, hates the social contract, hates Americanism. He hates revolution, hates resistance, hates anybody who criticizes Donald Trump, hates anybody who stands up against the state, hates for anybody who even asks questions about the state. Investigate. Why you want to investigate? Why do you want to know stuff? Why do you want to know stuff? You can go, well, you want to go have an investigation. Now you're going to know a bunch of stuff. That's stupid. Knowing stuff is stupid. That's what I think. You can trust me.
Freedom of religion. So this is just a perfect example.
Freedom of religion. That's why we use taxpayer money to push one religion and one religion only, because we are now a theocracy, no different from the Iranians, the Iran. And in Iran, they got a theocracy, democracy, a theocratic democracy. That's what we got. That's what we always wanted. Ding, dang, do.
The Democrats, and I think that all they're going to do if they flip the House and become the majority of the House is investigate and harass Donald Trump.
Yeah, Chairman, it's such a great point. It reminds me of the...
Exactly. James Comer should renounce his citizenship because he hates America. I totally agree with you, HSELD. Hizzled. I love you, Hizzled. I totally agree. James Comer is anti-American and should renounce his citizenship. Completely agree.
Polls that find that Democrats are significantly less patriotic than Republicans are, especially when they're not in control of the White House or in government in general. What do you make of that split screen between the two parties when it comes to patriotism?
I'm concerned about it because Republicans are almost 100%.
Iran's greater? No, Iran's not as great as the United States. I mean, they kill more people than we do, right? Right? They kill more people than we do, right? No one's saying it's better. I'm saying they're the same kind of government that America wants. We want a theocratic democracy. We want to be electing people that the church says are okay to elect. That's how they do it. They have elections in Iran, but first the candidates have to be vetted by the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah has to say, these are your options. And then you get to choose. Theocratic democracy. Isn't that great? I love it. Let's do it. That's what America wants. You get to vote on the people that the oligarchs, people like Elon Musk, get to decide who you get to vote. These are your options. Now vote. That's democracy for you. Great. We're so different from Iran.
To be American, but Democrats are only about 25% proud to be American. So
Iran.
Democrats not just have become liberal socialists, they become anti-American. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. We need to figure out where this is coming from. Is this coming from our universities? Is this coming from left-wing teachers that are indoctrinating?
There you go. It's come from the university. It's come from the university with them asking questions too much. You're not supposed to know stuff. Stop trying to know stuff. Stop asking all these ding-darn questions. Gag damn it. Dag nabbit. Dag nabbit. You ask all these daggum questions, you start using your critical thinking brain. We don't want you with that critical thinking hat on. Get that hat off of you. Don't you know? You can't allow to ask any questions. In Kentucky, we don't ask questions. We just do what we're told. Do what the government tells. Do what the government tells you to do.
Hatred of America and anti-Semitism into these young Democrats. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's a problem. And I think that
I don't know where it's come from. Probably from universities. Stop knowing stuff.
What we have to do as Americans is celebrate the fact that we have fought socialism, we have fought tyranny, and we created the greatest country in the history of the world. And that's what last night was all about. But yet you have all the Democrats on the Sunday shows today complaining that they were honoring, Christian leaders, and there were Christian themes and Christian songs, and it wasn't, it didn't fit their political correctness ideology. That's nonsense. And I think that's
nonsense. We got to make sure everyone is Christian. They do it in Iran. They make sure that all of them are Muslim. How come we can't make sure everyone's Christian? You got to be Christian. You want to be an American, you better be Christian. We're going to put a bunch of Christian songs. Why do you got a problem with Christian songs, for? We got the greatest country in the world because we're Christian. Christian. Man, ding dang new. James Comer, anti-American cuck.
Good morning, everyone. This is Community Cares this week. We're talking.
Ooh, Steffelson. Ba, 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 ba. Thank you so much, Steffelson. You're incredible. If we have insane leadership again, should we pass laws to strengthen and protect the concept of separation of church and state? Should the Bible and Ten Commandments be banned in schools? I don't want to ban any fucking books. I don't want to ban Bibles. I don't want to ban people knowing stuff. I think that religion has no place in schools, but banning, if some kid wants to fucking read it, let him read it. I don't think it should be taught. But we should be able to teach kids about, hey, there's this mythology. Like I learned Greek mythology in school, and I learned Christian mythology. Why? Because if you want to read John Milton, you better know a little thing about the Bible. If you want to read John Bunyan, you better know about the Bible a little bit. If you want to understand anything that's happened in the, white America, and all of the canonical works we have, which there are a lot. If you want to understand Moby Dick, you got to know a little bit about the Bible. If you want to understand Lolita, you got to know a little bit about the Bible. I don't know how people don't know stuff about the Bible. I think it's such a tragedy. Like, I don't think people should believe in the invisible world, but I think people should understand, especially the New Testament, like the teachings of Jesus Christ. It's a philosophy, man. People should know about it. I feel like my life is richer knowing about Jesus and the Bible. I think it's important. But this whole thing where, like, if you're not Christian, we got to sing songs, make sure all the kids are singing, make sure they're praying. Like, this is fucking crazy. I don't want to ban it. If you ban stuff, they just get more people. If you ban stuff, people just want it even more. You love reading horror stories, says bro. Horror stories, it's hard to understand horror stories if you don't know about the Christian Bible. If you don't know about that New Testament shit, a lot of horror stories got a lot about Satans and devils and demons and fucking religious shit in there. There's a lot of religious stuff in horror. Religion should be private. Jesus sucks. I don't think Jesus sucks. Religion should be private. Yeah, sure. Make it private. But I guess if you want to teach literature, you're going to have to talk about the Bible. There's no way around it. It's like not talking about death or something like that. Like, you're going to have to talk about the religions of the world. You can't even really, I don't think you can appreciate popular culture without knowing about Greek gods and stuff, like the old gods. I don't think you can. Maybe you'll enjoy like the Bing Bang Booms and stuff, but I don't think you get that richness. It's so fun to know all these things. It's more fun. I watch shit and I go, oh, that's a reference of a Shakespeare thing. And he got that from Plutarch, and Plutarch was writing about this when he said it. It's like, it's fun. Don't worry about it, bruh. I love you. Thank you. You can't be an illegal citizen. That's true. You cannot be an illegal citizen. You can't be a legal person either. You cannot be an illegal person. Anybody calling anyone else illegal is doing the work of the fascist. It looks like no, 76% of you says Will Smith is not. Donald Trump is not Will Smith. Good. I'm glad that you guys got that. 76% of you realize that.
Great. Thank you.
Thinking about hiking, and the mountains in Phoenix are beautiful. Oftentimes
I'm thinking about going hiking a lot. I want to make hiking part of my life when I move to New Mexico.
a place of respite, relaxation, even a great workout. But because
I used to go hiking here, but I don't know. I don't go hiking that much in California. I used to love hiking in California. I haven't done it in a while.
of the extreme volume of hikers, the intense desert heat, local rescue teams respond to over 150 emergencies on the mountain every single year. So this morning we hear from a Valley woman who works tirelessly to change those statistics. A safe hiking advocate who knows the dangers of the mountain all too well.
All too well.
Each year, as many as 500,000 people step foot on the Echo Canyon Trail on Camelback Mountain. It's the most popular and heavily trafficked outdoor destination in the entire region.
Like the thing is, Will Smith always had hits every 4th of July. Donald Trump only had a flop in 4th of July. 4th of July weekend used to be Will Smith weekend. Does anyone remember this? I think Will Smith, that was where he went wrong. He should have just kept releasing movies on 4th of July. People loved watching Will Smith on 4th of July. This year, there wasn't even a big 4th of July movie. I looked it up. I was like, oh, I'd like to go see a movie. It's 4th of July. Nope. I saw 2 movies this weekend. Neither of them had Will Smith in them, and neither of them were like big blockbuster movies. It's like, I saw a little horror movie, and I saw Disclosure Day, and neither of them came out. They both were like out for 2 weeks already. So I don't know. Where's my... You watch Independence Day again? Nice. 4th of July, man. It used to be Will Smith weekend. The Willennium. Big Willie style. Man, we used to get jiggy with it every single 4th of July. No one's got jiggy. No one got jiggy with it this year. Nobody got jiggy, and it sucks. That's what we're missing in America. Will Smith. Everything went wrong when Will Smith stopped releasing movies on 4th of July. Everything. I think that's why when he played that Serena Williams character dad, whatever that dad's name, I forget what that movie even was called, but he slapped Chris Rock. Everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. He should have just kept making movies for 4th of July weekend. Serious, comedy, action, don't matter, none. Just keep going. Nobody got jiggy with it. Jiggy left the floor. Jiggy left on the floor. Nobody. His wife destroyed him. Maybe if he were making 4th of July movies, Wild Wild West, it doesn't matter if it's horrible. It doesn't matter. It was a hit. It was a hit. It doesn't matter. Bad or good, don't matter. Everyone loved Will Smith. Everyone got jiggy with it on 4th of July. Will Smith, Wild Wild West. Wiki, 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 Wild Wild West. Wild Wild West. Everyone loved that shit, man. Here come the men in black. They won't let you remember the Galaxy Defender. I mean, I know those songs because they came out on 4th of July. This will be our Independence Day. Welcome to Earth. I always love that. Welcome to Earth. I fucking love that. Welcome to Earth.
See McHale.
For the first time, we hear from one of the victims of that tragic mass shooting in Midland earlier this month. Now out of the hospital, one survivor and his wife sat down with our Stephen Pepper as they detail the overwhelming horror and long road ahead.
I was scared.
Ooh, good point. Irish and Chase built a railroad, therefore building America. I think you'll find out, David Bork, that if you look at all of humanity, we all had something to do with building all the shit we got. Only a fucking moron would go, white people built this. We all built all this shit. Only a moron would say, actually, just the rich people built this. Stupid. We all built all this shit. All the shit you see, all the shit on planet Earth was built by people. By all sorts of different people, too. Well, some cultures are better. If you're fucking a Nazi, you'll talk about how, well, my culture is better than your culture. Stupid. Stupid. Supremacy is stupid. It's dumb. Also, capitalism's stupid because, well, only certain people are allowed to own the machines. Only certain people are allowed to own the land, own the farms. Only certain people are allowed to use whatever. Only certain people are allowed to use bombs. Only certain people are allowed to have guns. Only certain people are allowed to have nuclear weapons. Stop building shit then. No, we're going to keep building stuff. Everyone has access to it. It's so dumb to try to keep people from having stuff. King Richard, that's what it was called. King Dick. King Richard. I never saw it. Did you see it? I never saw it. Joseph Smith, Jesus. Loveliest Book of Mormon. Yeah, I don't know. Cigar just for the look. We don't bite it. It's so funny. Yeah, he has a cigar. Welcome to Earth. He had that laugh, that Will Smith laugh. Welcome to Earth. Love that shit. Everyone loves that shit. That movie was so. Independence Day was a horrible movie. You loved it though. You loved it. You loved it. Don't tell me you didn't love it. This guy looks like Pedro Pascal.
Gonna die. The fear of bleeding out was the only thought in Isaac Bailey's mind when he became one of the 11 people shot during the June 12th deadly mass shooting in Midland. He explains he was stopped at a light on West Wall Street when all of a sudden he felt a sharp pain on his right side. It turns out a bullet had pierced through his elbow and into his torso, sending him into panic.
I put the truck in drive to try to hit some vehicles that way somebody could see me to help me, and then so I started hearing more gunshots, and then I just open the door and I fall out and get low.
Thankfully, he says it only took minutes before a Good Samaritan wrapped a tourniquet around his arm before being rushed to emergency surgery. The 35-year-old suffered a shattered elbow, trauma to his liver and spleen.
This is how we do it in America. We always have to have like trauma units on standby because we're too busy. It's like a war zone everywhere in America. Rush him to the hospital. Get him there fast. You got it. Tourniquet that shit. We all have first aid training. How to tourniquet a gunshot wound.
And significant abdominal injuries. He would spend the next week breathing through a ventilator.
Oh my God, Monsieur. Every time I see that, I want to take a deep breath. Man, do you ever feel that way? Like you see people on a ventilator, like, man, I just want to be grateful for having my own faculty. I can vote. I can, breathe my own air.
While in a medically induced coma.
It was very challenging spiritually, mentally, because we have 5 kids that live with us at home. So having to, be there with them and, taking care of them too it was draining. You doing okay?
5 operations later, Isaac is slowly gaining his strength back. Over the weekend, he finally...
But he lost his job and he lost his home, and now he's bankrupt because he didn't have health insurance. They rejected it because it wasn't covered under his plan.
He checked out at Midland Memorial Hospital, beginning rehab at a local facility. But just as he started to progress, he was hit with a major setback.
It was 10 days after the shooting is when they told me.
Since Isaac had no timeline to return to work, he was terminated from his...
Oh my God, I didn't even know. I was joking. He got fired. He got fired from his job because he got shot in the streets of America. Oh, shit. Of course he did. Of course he did. He got fired. Well, you know what? Bottom line. I know, but you said we were family, boss. I thought we were family. All that extra hours, all those extra hours I worked without getting paid, all that overtime I did without clocking in. I thought we were family. You told me we were family. What about the company picnic? You gave me a birthday card and it said we're family. Except when you get shot. Then you're not family anymore. Fuck this. This is so American. You get shot. 11 people get shot and the corporation lets him go.
Salary sales position. His wife has already been putting off her job to spend every second by his side. And with hospital bills piling up, the Baileys are now worried about the bills at home.
He was at the wrong place.
I didn't actually know that was going to happen.
But it wasn't his fault. And then to hear that they were going to let him go, that's just heartbreaking.
But despite
Don't worry. The government will take care of you.
the unimaginable stress, the couple celebrated their 8th wedding anniversary on Monday, grateful for another year.
We're blessed that he's able to be here and to be healing the way that he is. He's amazing.
In Midland,
look at 1,000-yard stare, just like, what am I gonna do? Am I ever gonna be okay? Are we gonna be evicted? Are we gonna eat tonight? How will we afford anything? How will I even eat tonight? Just eat rice from the food bank? I'm just gonna get rice from the food bank. Yeah, you got the Christmas cards from when your family government says the president of the company sent me a Christmas card, says I'm family. Yeah, you're family. Unless you get shot, then fuck you. Get out of here. You're fucking fired. You can eat rice and beans. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's all it is. We're a bunch of sadists. Yeah, in America, we're a bunch of sadists. You're absolutely right. We're a bunch of sadists. Don't like and subscribe if you're a political orphan.
In a press conference on Thursday morning, San Angelo Police Chief Travis Griffith said the 31-year-old woman confessed to shooting, stabbing, and dismembering her 34-year-old boyfriend.
Detectives located bloody clothing.
What did he do?
And that appeared to be fresh.
Why? When you hear about a woman dismembering and like burning a boyfriend, don't you like what that dude do? Like, what did he do? Why was she so mad?
Also located a large portion of carpet that also had blood on it.
Chief Griffith said at this time, investigators believe the homicide took place on June 23rd, and they began their investigation on the morning of June 24th. They are investigating multiple locations. After getting a search warrant, the suspect, Audrey Troncoso, was arrested at a home in the 1400 block of Parker Street.
She has an angel or butterfly tattoo on her neck. They never do anything wrong. You get the butterfly tattoo on your neck to show everybody you're not a problem. I'm good people. That's why I got this big tattoo. I got to get covered up. I'm going to get a tattoo. I'm going to get a tattoo that says friendly right here. And so everyone knows that I'm a friendly person. I think like big neck tattoos show that to people. They know when you get a big neck tattoo, they're like, it's like a symbol of friendship. Everyone takes you seriously when you get a neck tattoo, and everyone thinks you're friendly. That's why all of my tattoos, I'm tattooed everywhere from here to here. My whole body is just like one big tattoo. Everything you can't see right now is completely tattooed. Not on the neck, though. Not on the face. No regrets. Shit, bro.
In San Angelo. Investigators believe that is where the homicide occurred. Their investigation also led them to a dumpster that was at an apartment complex on Baker Street. That dumpster was picked up on a normal trash collection.
Knuckle tattoos, I think, are the best. I think knuckle tattoos are the coolest tattoos. I want to have knuckle tattoos. What should I say? I think I want to say fuck pain. Fuckpain. That's what I want my tattoos to say. So when I put them together, it's just fuck pain. Or I don't know. How about life, death? No, that's not the right. I know you got to have like 8 letters though. That's the problem with it, because you only got 8 fingers, not counting, these guys. I think they're pretty cool. I had a friend who had a tattoo of he was a writer, and he had all of the fucking like punctuation, like a question mark, a colon, a semicolon, an exclamation point. I forget. He had I don't know. I thought that was a little funny. I had a friend, he had one that's punk poet. That was pretty cool. Punk poet. That was pretty dope. Punk poet. I think it's pretty cool. I like it. How about was it love hate? Love hate. That's like the classic, right? Love hate. Got love. I got hate. Fucking great.
Route and taken to the landfill.
As the search continued at the landfill, portions of the victims' remains were located there.
Chief Griffith said that there's still much more to investigate, and they will release more information as the case progresses.
You have a neck tattoo? Dude, mama, you got a neck tattoo? No, I look at your friend. I look at your little face. You look like too friendly. You don't have a neck tattoo. Come on. You got a neck tattoo? No. My back and legs and forearms? Wow. I had a friend, his sister had a portrait of Jerry Garcia's face, like a realistic portrait of Jerry Garcia's face on her back, on her lower back, like a little bit higher than where a tramp stamp is. And it was like, no one's ever going to want to have sex with you from behind, ever. I guess you must really hate having sex, because I would be having sex with someone and then seeing a Jerry Garcia tattoo on their back, and I'd be like, I'm off. Nah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Griffith also stated that this investigation began due to an anonymous tip through Crime Stoppers, and this is, quote, one of the most violent crimes in recent memory. Reporting in San Angelo, I'm Sonora Scott.
No one knows what she did. Why the guy do
Trump
it?
last night repeated his warnings that the rise of democratic socialists represents a new communist threat to the United States.
Communist threat!
Some of those far-left candidates are using the term comrades now to describe their supporters.
I like it. Comrades. How you doing, comrades? That feels
Half of the
good.
people here are strangers to you all. Just months ago, you didn't know them. But now you have comrades.
You deserve to make sure that your international comrades are actually working with you and getting the benefits that you all deserve.
I gotta give shout out to my comrades. I mean, we are winning.
I don't know. You're not doing back shot. You didn't do back shots on Jerry Garcia's face. I don't know, man. This seems disrespectful. I have a tramp stamp that says Trump. I have one that just says, how about KEEPTRYN? Keep trying. How about I don't know. I got tattoos everywhere. I got so many tattoos, I don't even know what to do. I can't take off my shirt at the beach. It scares everybody.
Power. It's not just winning tweets or winning messages. We're winning power.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor Richard Fowler. Richard, you're a solid Democrat. You got any comrades out there?
You're a solid Democrat. Do you say the word comrade? Let's see if you're pure.
I don't have any comrades, I must say, John. Thanks for having me. Happy 4th to you.
Happy 4th. Yeah, what's going on? I mean, is this a sort of a talking point among these so-called democratic socialists? Are they trying to get people comfortable with comrades in the vocabulary?
I don't know about that. I do think the word choice of the president last night actually does matter. I think there's a distinction between communism when you think of the Soviet Union or you think of the Cold War versus what you see many of these sort of modern day American politicians and what they're advocating for. What they're advocating for is the expansion of the social safety net. Many of the programs that the American people, you and I, think are very popular. My mom is on Social Security. I know folks who are on Medicare or Medicaid. There's some seniors who live in my neighborhood who are on Meals on Wheels. These are all government programs that at the time of implementation, many folks called those programs socialist, and now they're some of the most popular programs.
All of the most popular programs in America are socialists, like fire department or the military.
Amongst the American people. And I think when you talk to some of these candidates, what they're saying is, in a world in which we see high rent, in a world in which we see the high cost of healthcare, in a world in which we see childcare, which for many families can average $13,000 a year for an infant, up to $20,000 in some states, for just taking care of an infant baby so mom and or dad could go back to work. There's something uniquely wrong with that cost structure. And maybe, just maybe, there should be some more government-run programs that help alleviate that pain on working families so they can contribute to our economy.
I want to point out that on the other side of the aisle, Republicans are watching this rise of democratic socialism in the Democrat Party and making some observations about why it seems to be gaining steam. Here's Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
I think quietly, the Democrat establishment on Capitol Hill understands that, but they feel powerless to stop it, because if they stand up and say this is wrong, the problem they have is the energy, the excitement, the money, the grassroots is on the side.
The grassroots. The grassroots. Can't fight with the grassroots now, can you, boy?
Of the insurgent left. And this is a threat that we have never seen before in the elected system of our government.
It's almost like it's in response to something. It's almost like everyone was asleep and totally okay with most of the bullshit that America did until Donald Trump came around. Wonder why. Why is everyone so up in arms all of a sudden? Why is everyone so upset? Well, I just can't put my finger on it. Could it be the massacres in Minneapolis? Could it be the war in the Middle East? Could it be the high gas prices? Could it be my coffee being almost twice as expensive as it was? Could it be, why are people so upset? Why is communism taking over? Why are people getting all comrade-y? Well, comrades, I don't know. I think that it's time.
As anyone would on a milestone birthday, we want to reflect on the state of the nation. I checked in with an American historian, Hoover Institution senior fellow Victor Davis Hanson, to get his report card. I wanted to pick your brain a bit as a historian as we mark 250 years. How do you think we're doing as a country?
I think we're doing pretty well. Our Constitution has been under a stress test lately, but it's durable. It's the oldest constitutional republic in the world right now. And as a historian, I always look at the historical barometers of a healthy society, and they're pretty fundamental. Fuel, we're the biggest producer of oil and gas in the history of civilization. Food, we're the largest food producer. Contrast to China that imports 30% of its food, 11 million barrels of oil a day. Our military recruitment's up. We're starting to stress quantity and different types of procurement and weaponry. It's at its zenith. I think it's very good. Our fertility rate, Shannon, has gone back up to about 1.71. It's not where it should at the millennium. That's a good barometer. I think most of our worries are about unity. I think there's a little recrudescence of tribalism where people are identifying by their ethnic, racial, religious, sexual orientation, identity as essential rather than incidental to being an American. And we have the most immigrants we've ever had that were non-native born, 53 million, 16% of the population. We know the melting pot works, it has in the past, but with this new types of large numbers, percentage and actual numbers, we need to get back to the melting pot.
We need to get back to the melting pot, everybody. I love how all these Fox News guys, they're all about the melting pot. Wait a second. Is it because all of a sudden the Social Democrats want to start chopping heads off? Is that what now you want the melting pot? Now you want a melting pot. I thought this whole time you didn't want a melting pot.
Kind of dropped this salad bowl flirtation. So I'm kind of worried about that. But otherwise, I think we're in good shape.
Well, that's good coming from you to hear the positive outlook. I want to talk through those who aren't so sure. We've got brand new Fox News polling. It says this: how well is democracy working in the U.S. today? Extremely or very well, 39%, but 60% say they don't think it's working very well or not.
60% of Fox News workers hate democracy. What do you know?
What do you say to those who feel like, okay, we've got some negatives here, and for some in our polling, those outweigh the positive?
Yeah, I think a lot of that, and I'll be blunt with you, I think a lot of it is the 40 to 45% who are college educated. I spent 50 years of my life in the university, but I must tell you that it's no longer empirical and inductive reasoning anymore. It's more indoctrination, especially in the social science and humanities. So what basically, and these are the people who train our K through 12 young people. So from K through 12 to the BA for about almost half the country, they're getting drummed into them that we're a racist, sexist country that was bad at the beginning, that got worse during our maturity, and is awful now. And so we've really got to address that and reintroduce.
We got to address that. Fuck the humanities, right? Stop learning stuff. Stop learning stuff about our history. Stop.
Joining us now, Eddie Glaude Jr., MS Now political analyst and professor at Princeton University. He's also the author of the new book, America USA, How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries. And also with us, Michelle Norris, MS Now senior contributing editor. Thank you both for joining us this morning. I hope you are not nursing too bad of a July 4th hangover. But Eddie, I want to start with you and ask you about why you think that a part of our society is so comfortable.
Joyce 777, what did it say? What did it say? What did your tattoo say? If it was calligraphy, what did it say? Was it a boyfriend's name?
In this moment in time, in explicitly showing the double consciousness of our American history that you so often talk about.
First of all, it's great to begin the morning with each of you. I think it's important to acknowledge that Donald Trump's administration, Donald Trump's political presence over the last 10 years has given a permission structure for the ugly underbelly of America to become more explicit. It used to be the case, I think.
You guys take your advice from Daniel Price because he knows women. Daniel Price knows women. Take your advice for some incel in the chat about women with tattoos and excessive piercings, dye jobs, and ridiculous unnatural colors. Too much cleavage. Run from the cleavage, especially. Run from cleavage. God, you don't want that cleavage. What are you gonna do? They've got their cleavage out. Run from cleavage. I don't know, man. I've been with women of all shapes and sizes. Let me tell you, some of them got tattoos. They're vanilla as fuck. Some of them like to show cleavage. They're perfectly normal. Super too normal for me. Man, I got with this girl with tattoos and dreadlocks. She was so boring. I thought she'd have something interesting to say, something interesting to do. It's boring. I'm like, God, you look so interesting. Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Part of the post-consensus of the mid-20th century freedom movements was that kind of explicit racism was moved to the margins of American politics. You can engage in racial dog whistles, but you couldn't be explicitly racist. Just think about how David Duke kind of brought how he was treated and eventually marginalized. Think about Pat Buchanan and the way in which he was embraced and then eventually marginalized. But now that sort of rhetoric, those dog whistles, no one engages in dog whistles anymore. It's just kind of foghorns. So I think there has been a permission structure to allow a certain segment of the country to declare that America must remain a white republic. And they're doing it in the midst of woke scare, in the midst of communism and the like. So here we are. Just dealing with the legacy of the country in full view in this moment, in this 250th year.
You know, Michelle, speaking of the ugly underbelly of the country, this legacy of our nation, I want to put up a startling set of pictures. Let's put it up. There's the black woman on the metro here in Washington.
This is so great. Look at that. Have you seen this? She's surrounded by white supremacists. These assholes. Why they're on public transportation if they hate America so much? They hate socialism. So why are they taking public transportation? Look at all these white people yelling at this black girl going to school. And here's a black woman probably going to work, surrounded by white supremacists. Nothing changes.
Surrounded by those folks from the Patriot Front. And then on the left is that classic photo of Elizabeth Eckford surrounded by fellow students at Little Rock Central High School. She is one of the Little Rock Nine. The parallels here, the symmetry here is startling, Michelle.
That photo is probably Pulitzer worthy. It's a little early to start talking about that, but you know that photo is one instance of a woman on a bus surrounded by people who are wearing masks, who are about to march in Washington carrying Confederate flags. But I see that photo and I see America's workplaces. I see America's school systems, and those men are wearing masks, but they go and they surround women like her in their workplaces.
Yes, exactly. They're surrounded all the time. That's why she's just like, they're wearing masks, but how is this different?
They will go back to a place where they can take off their mask, and then they will be working someplace where their noxious ideas.
Look at this shit. Look at these fucking cowards.
Decisions about who gets a mortgage and who doesn't. However, when I look at them marching, trying to project power, I don't see power. I see fear.
Me too.
I see the projection of fear. I see people who are afraid of a future that has already arrived. They are afraid of an America that is multicultural. They are worried about a multicultural democracy. They are worried about losing power. They want to create an America where white people and white men are dominant. And, you know, America has to then decide, do we want to hold on to our superpower status? Do we want to be prominent in the world, or do we want to be a supremacist nation? Because, you know, if we do not produce enough college-educated white men to drive our GDP. You know, when you go to the doctor, who is serving you? When you go to the hospital, who is serving you? When you look at our economy, who is holding it up with their hands and their shoulders and their intellect and their hard work? That is the America that will keep moving us forward. And the people who are fighting for this supremacist idea, these supremacist ideas, are willing to sacrifice all of that for the sake of their own power structure and this need to feel like they are above someone else. They are.
That's it. They're willing. All they want to do, they'll sacrifice everything so that they can feel more powerful than somebody else. And the people in power, the people in real power, they know this because you're an easy target. Oh, you're a white man. Well, you're special. Everyone else is under you. So let me do what I want to do so that I can make sure that you will always be over them.
With Republicans trying themselves more favorable congressional maps ahead of the midterms, Democrats will likely need a strong turnout advantage to win back the House. According to the Cook Political Report, if Democrats and Republicans split the current toss-up races evenly, Republicans would narrowly hold on to their House majority.
Narrowly.
But early signs show the redistricting fight may be energizing voters more than Republicans expected. In South Carolina's recent runoff elections, early voting reached levels typically seen only in presidential years. In South Carolina's 6th congressional district, represented by Congressman James Clyburn, turnout jumped by more than 50% despite an uncontested primary. That surge was driven largely by Black voters, who make up roughly 60% of registered Democrats in South Carolina. And nationwide, in the 20 states which have held a major statewide primary for both Democrats and Republican candidates, Democrats have cast roughly 4 million more primary ballots than Republicans. As House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told colleagues, quote, Republican extremists will not meaningfully benefit from their scandalous gerrymandering scheme. Quite the opposite. Democratic enthusiasm and resolve have grown more intense. The failed GOP majority will not be able to gerrymander themselves back into power.
I don't know. They might be able to. I think time will tell. I don't know. I don't have faith that we'll have a free and fair election in every county. That's the thing. They don't need to do it around the country. They just need to do it in like 13. Donald Trump said 15. I used to say 12 counties around America. You think we're going to have, do you think we will have fair and free elections in every county in 2026? Is that what you think? I'm going to ask. That's the poll right now. We're asking right now. Let me see what you think. I don't think so. In every county? Like Fulton County, they had Spy Queen go to Fulton County, Tulsi Gabbard, and steal election information. Like, that's crazy shit's going down. What are they doing? We don't know, but it's weird. It's fucking hella weird. Why are they doing it? Well, we're not sure. Fulton County, though, is one of those counties. Things are getting weird. It doesn't need to be everywhere. Donald Trump said himself 15 counties that he needs to control the election. He needs the federal government to control 15. He said that after I was saying 12. Maybe he knows it's 12 and he's overkilling it by 15, saying I need 15. And if he gets 12, if he gets 10. Not if Elon can help. And Elon might in 2026 tell people that he's going to give them $1 million on TV again if they vote Republican. These type of things are going on, man. It's getting weird out there. I don't think we're going to have a fair and free election in every county in 2026. And what will that mean for national politics? I don't know, but it might mean that they keep the majority, or that you don't actually get a super majority in the Senate for the Dems, which again, I don't trust the Dems anyway, but fuck, if you can't, and it doesn't matter if it all goes to the Dems, if they don't have 60 in the Senate, then nothing's going to happen. You can impeach him all you want. You can't remove him. You cannot remove him from office. Impeach him every day if you want. You could have impeached him now. Wouldn't have mattered. But you could have impeached him today. They tried. Multiple people have already tried to bring articles of impeachment against Donald Trump in these last 2 years. Hasn't happened. Done nothing. They even voted on it. They didn't care. And even if they did vote on it, it wouldn't matter. And even if they do it next year, it won't matter. Unless they get 60 people in the Senate. I don't think it's going to matter at all. And for all you fucking people talking about 25th Amendment, forget it. The 25th Amendment only works if Pete Hegseth agrees, if Todd Blanche agrees, if Howard Lutnick agrees. His cabinet has to agree to remove him because he's crazy. 25th Amendment's not an act of Congress. It can't be done. Supreme Court belongs to him. There's nothing you could do unless something crazy happens. We're going to have Donald Trump for the next... I actually think that he's going to retire before he's done, and that Vance will take over. We'll have Vance for 10 years. It'd be great.
As America celebrated its 250th birthday, white nationalists from the group known as Patriot Front marched down the streets of Washington, D.C., carrying American and...
What is that? They go like this, like they're tough guys, but they're wearing masks. What are you doing? I'm posing. What are you posing for? I want everyone to know how strong I am. You're wearing a mask, little bitch.
Confederate flags, the traitor's flag. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, another civil rights group.
Why do they all do
group
this?
That broke off from Vanguard America in the aftermath of the deadly 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. They arrived in Washington by train, surrounding everyday Americans just trying to go about their holiday.
Man, the merch though, whoever's selling that merch, they're making lots of money. Man, I want to have a club like this. I want to start a cult so I can sell a lot of hats,
including this one.
I have a merch store on YouTube. Can I start a cult? Will you all buy my hats?
Who sits calmly as white nationalists surround her, and whose image will likely be in our history and textbooks one day, as future generations try to make sense of this current political moment. The members of the group have a well-documented and highly coordinated uniform. They're always covering their faces with masks and sunglasses, always donning dark navy polos and khaki pants and hats. Their goal is to project an image of uniformity as they push a vision of...
I think that's royal blue, not navy. But navy's almost black. That's not navy. That's like American flag blue.
America that is all about exclusion and uniformity as well. They march through the streets of the Capitol chanting,
Look at this shit, man. Nazis marching but don't call them Nazis. They keep doing Nazi stuff, but don't call them Nazis.
Claim America. Let's bring into the conversation Christopher Mathias, a journalist who covers the far right and author of To Catch a Fascist. Christopher, it's good to see you again. I'll just begin with your reaction. As you were celebrating the 4th this weekend with friends and family, as you saw these scenes unfold in D.C., what did you think?
You know, for me, I think one of the most alarming things is, obviously it's always a scary thing when you have a straight up white nationalist group in these numbers marching in D.C. relatively unopposed. What's scarier for me is that the views that Patriot Front holds aren't that dissimilar from the views held currently by the Republican Party. And I'll give you one quick example. Thomas Rousseau, the idiot in the cowboy hat that's the leader of Patriot Front, 8 years ago in a private Discord server, he called for remigration. That was a term that no one else used at the time except explicit neo-Nazis. We fast forward 8 years to 2026, and who's using that term now? DHS. Last week, they posted remigration with a video of them putting...
Sid Live, you got ideas? What's your idea? What's your idea? You love books. I love books too. By the way, we're doing a book club right now. We're reading The Country Under God and Surfing with Sartre. And we're going to do a book club meeting pretty soon. Pretty cool. I'm doing a book club meeting Wednesday on the new book I'm reading.
In chains. We are celebrating our 250th anniversary, extolling our freedom, and they're posting propaganda celebrating putting people in chains. This term, remigration, has the clearest of fascist lineages. You can pinpoint the people that created it and why, and they're straight up Nazis. And the scariest part for me yesterday, seeing, this march, isn't so much the march. I mean, yes, it's scary, and those guys, are whatever. And the scary thing for me is that
we're doing Country Under Heaven first. The Country Under Heaven's the first book, and then we'll do Surfing with Sartre, which is a little bit bigger and a little bit harder to read. So we're going to do that one after that. And then we'll do more books coming. I read too much, so it's like there's a lot on I'm reading like 3 books right now, so I just read a lot of books.
What they believe in actually isn't that dissimilar from what the people in halls of power believe in. And one more example, Andy Ogles, however you say his name, he introduced the Remigration Act in Congress last week. And when he's giving interviews about this, it's not limited to immigrants and undocumented people. They're turning their sights on citizens. They want to denaturalize people. And the example he gave was Zoran Mamdani. I think it's really important when we think about what's happening right now is that this administration is using a euphemism, remigration, that is used by Nazi groups, developed by Nazi groups, which has one clear meaning, and that meaning is...
No, I haven't announced it yet. I keep on trying to because I'm moving and I don't have my schedule's really fucked right now. Like today, I have to be out of my house at 1, which means I got to clean my house. I'm about to leave. This stream's about to be over because I got a lot going on. So, and I'm moving and I'm packing and all this stuff is happening. So I don't have it all yet.
Is ethnic cleansing.
Speaking of this administration and the way in which these movements have moved from the fringe to being closer and closer into our mainstream politics, I want you to take a listen to Cabinet Secretary Doug Burgum. He was asked about all this. I thought his response was interesting.
Well, I think that certainly what they stand for is nothing that I could possibly agree with, but one of the foundational principles of the United States, which makes democracy messy, is free speech. And there are plenty of things that I see that I might personally find offensive, irreprehensible. But in America, free speech is allowed, and this is by the whole spectrum of things. I mean,
it's so funny. They love free speech when it's the Nazis.
we're
Why?
a country where someone can
But
run and be elected.
if someone says I don't like ICE, then that's not free speech.
Saying that they're
if you criticize the government, that's not free speech. But if you're a Nazi and want to kill black people, that's free speech.
a communist.
Will you recommend to the president that he condemn this group and what they were trying to message, what they did try to message here in Washington?
Well, there've been, Nana, part of my
Sid Life, put them in the. If you got ideas, put them in the community tab. We can all talk about them.
response to that is that there are protests on the mall that people say things that I think are irreprehensible about President Trump, and yet they're allowed to go on because of free speech in our.
Irreprehensible? Is that a word? Is irreprehensible a word? Reprehensible. What's no, what? It's free from blame. Blameless, irreprehensible. But he meant reprehensible. Okay, so he doesn't know how to fucking talk. I hate when people do this. They're like, irregardless. Oh, fucking kills me. Irregardless. Oh, god damn it. Learn your words.
Chris, what do you make of the fact there that a secretary is basically saying that he's not going to recommend that the president condemn all of this because the president has been personally insulted by protesters who've gathered in the same spot? I mean, a white nationalist group versus, I guess, some people who've called Trump some mean names.
Right. I mean, it's also, the whole premise is a little flawed because this is essentially a white nationalist administration and they are in no position to condemn white nationalism. The Patriot Front grew out of the ashes of one of the most infamous acts of white supremacist terror in the 21st century, which was the car attack in Charlottesville that killed Heather Heyer and injured 35 other people. And what do we know about what happened after that incident? It's Trump's very fine people.
Very fine people on both sides. Both sides. Very fine people.
Right. And these are Trump's very fine people. And, when you see that interview with Doug there, it's so interesting that you're asking him to condemn Nazism, to get the president to condemn Nazism. And all he can do is deflect and create this false equivalency and say, well, look, there's communists too. And when he's talking about communists, he's talking about, essentially Zoran Mondani, Democratic Socialists of America. He's drawing an equivalency between people who want free healthcare and people who actively want to ethnically cleanse America. So it's just kind of absurd thing.
I have to ask you to.
It's not absurd. It's fascist.
Interesting to see some others on the right respond to these visuals that came out from the weekend. For example, Laura Ingraham said, I call fake, looks more like Antifa in costume.
Crazy Jackdaw, what the heck? Oh my gosh, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. Jubilation for Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. You are amazing. Thank you a million times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. You're amazing. I needed that. Daddy needs a new French press coffee thing. I need a new French press coffee thing. And they're not cheap. These ones, the metal ones aren't cheap. The glass ones, I used to buy glass ones because they were cheap, but then I would just break one every year. I've had this one, it's metal. I've had it for so long, and it's no bueno anymore. This one's busted. This one's not good. Well, it was great, but not anymore. This thing needs to go into the landfill. It's been good. It's been great, but it's time for it to go away forever. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Can I get some jubilations, W's in the chat, green hearts, and courage for Crazy Jackdaw, please? Jubilations!
To be allowed to cover their faces. And then Elon Musk called it just another SPLC. That's the Southern Poverty Law Center that he's referencing there. False.
Yeah, it's just another false
We're
flag.
grappling with big questions about our nation's identity on the line right now. I want to bring in Laura Barone Lopez, who's covering the White House, Douglas Brinkley, a presidential historian, history professor at Rice University, and co-author of The Nixon Tapes, and Miles Taylor is former chief of staff at the DHS during President Trump's first term. He's a founder and executive director of Defiance.org. A pleasure to have all of you as we dig into what was a busy weekend and one with big ramifications. Laura, I just want to get to the meat of what the president was talking about, but it really struck me that there was a video that circulated over the weekend of Trump basically watching Fox News,
Yeah, in restaurants, they usually use metal ones, but you can't see the coffee inside. I need to have a metal one because I break them. I drink too much coffee and I break the fucking things. So Daddy should get a Patreon. I have a Patreon, but I also have Cash App and Venmo. Skyjack Morgan on Cash App and Venmo.
Him. It felt a bit on the nose to me, if not a bit odd, emblematic in many ways of how Freedom 250 might have wanted this celebration to go. Partly America, but mostly Trump.
Yeah, it's a perfect encapsulation of what this weekend was and what these 250th celebrations have been about. Because
I have broken so many glass French presses over the years that I am a mass murderer of French presses.
again, alone in and of itself, the fact that Freedom 250, a Trump-backed organization, was running the entire celebrations, the state fair on the Mall, versus that bipartisan, nonpartisan group that was established by Congress, that had been established for years now, getting ready to prepare for this, shows how much this became about President Trump and about his move.
I mean, seriously, I've broken them because they were hot and I put cold water on them, they break. I've broken them because it's usually when I'm cleaning them. It's almost always when I'm cleaning them, they break. One time I put my hand in there, was just cleaning it out, it broke. They break like they're eggshells, man. They break too easily. Yeah, they break too easily, and I don't like it. Crazy Jackdaw. Crazy Jackdaw in the house. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you. Love you. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Appreciate you so much.
And about his supporters. And the president made very clear, he called it repeatedly a Trump rally, and that these were going to be the biggest Trump rallies and the most monumental of his presidency, be it the Mount Rushmore or the one here on the Mall over the weekend. So, and he very much made the speech. It was kind of like his greatest hits. He did talk about the country being a great nation, but he
it was such garbage. I won the election.
Also, again, attacked his enemies, talked about communism, which, as you laid out, these Democrats are not.
Thank you,
communists.
Raul.
But it reminds me a lot of also 2018 midterms, heading into then, when the president made the midterms about two things. He made it very anti-immigrant, warning of caravans that never appeared alongside the border, but also attacking Democrats as socialists. And now
Socialists. Man, I've looked at those ones. I've looked at French presses and they just break. It got so bad. I used to buy them at the like at TJ Maxx, because I can get them for cheap. You know, you get like $5 for $1 out there. It's still, they just break. I've had this one. I've had this metal one for like over 10 years for sure. Over 10 years for sure. Time for a new one. I like taking care of my shit, but man, those French press, those glass ones, and also the glass ones, they don't clean like stainless. You gotta like scrub out the glass, like tends to stick, like the coffee grounds like sticks. So then you gotta really clean them. You break them.
this is his 2026 version of that.
Yeah, it's all just a continuation. Everything is a shade of something else. And I agree. Of the hundreds of Trump rallies that I've been to over the course of my career, the one that he gave on the Mall just the other night felt very much like that. Miles, I want to come back to what I played of Doug Burgum talking about the white nationalists, where there was an opportunity, multiple of them, by Dana Bash to give a stronger rebuke that he missed, and that frankly the president himself didn't carry in his own remarks that came hours after that march.
Yeah, Maxinista, man. We used to do it. I remember when I owned a restaurant, we used to go to TJ. I hate TJ Maxx, but man, we used to go there because of they had shit that you could use for restaurants, man. They had like disposable shit you could go and buy cheap. I never bought clothes there or anything like that, but nothing, no shade on people who do. I don't know. I like vintage stuff for myself. I don't like buying stuff that's brand new, usually for myself.
Through our nation's capital. You know, it feels like a carryover as we think about these threads that Laura and I were talking about from the first Trump administration when it was a march in Charlottesville. I wonder if you saw the parallels to Miles and what you made of this.
Well, Allie, I'm glad you asked. I felt compelled to write about this morning on defiance.org because it was so eerily similar to what we saw in Charlottesville. And almost 10 years later, it's the completion of that arc. Remember, in Charlottesville, Donald Trump said after his own attorney general said there was a terrorist attack, that there were very fine people on both sides. I can't think of another time, Allie, that an American president has said of a terrorist attack that there were very fine people on both sides. And look at where that has gotten us. On America's 250th birthday, it is acceptable for white supremacist extremists to effectively lead their own parades into the United States Capitol. But these are not isolated incidents, Allie. This is U.S. policy to treat these people like patriots instead of to treat them like violent extremists. In the first term, I led terrorism prevention for Donald Trump in the administration, and I could not get the White House to talk about domestic terrorism in the president's national security strategy. Why? Because the president saw people like this as his supporters, not as violent extremists that the United States should.
That's exactly. He doesn't care because they love Trump. They love Trump. They love Trump. They love Trump. And so I love them.
There have been
he doesn't care about America.
Signs of late that President Trump's MAGA base might be fracturing. MS Now correspondent David Noriega talked recently with a group of former Trump supporters who are now separating from the president about what pushed them out of the MAGA movement.
When you were a part of the MAGA movement, how deep were you?
I was as deep as anyone could have been. I
was balls deep in the MAGA movement.
Was an aspiring MAGA pundit. I had bylines in places like Fox and The Federalist. I spoke at Trump groups. I was a donor on the campaign. I was unapologetically a MAGA and Trump supporter.
Rich Logus is the founder and CEO of Leaving MAGA, a nonprofit for those disillusioned by the movement. The group, which Logus says is funded entirely by small donors, provides support groups, de-radicalization resources, and a platform for members to share their experiences. To get a better understanding of what makes people leave MAGA, we heard from an array of the group's members.
I grew up really poor, so a lot of my friends' parents would be responsible for helping me get to prom or making sure I had, new shoes for school, and they were all MAGA. And it was very much this constant conversation of, if you want to have nice things, be a Republican.
I really wanted acceptance of my father.
That's socialism for you. National socialism. If you're one of us, you get our help. If you're not one of us, you don't. You get put in the ovens. That's National Socialism. They are socialists. They just aren't socialists for you. Socialism is the prioritization of the public good over private profit. The National Socialist thinks that they could have it both ways by promoting private property and private profit by doing business with the corporations, joining forces with them in order to provide a public benefit for a very small, narrowly defined group they deem are worthy. The public. They don't consider you the public. They consider their white nationalist Christian friends. Those are the ones who are the public and deserve nice things. If you want nice things, be MAGA, be a member of this party. Otherwise, you're going to the ovens.
And my father was very much into Fox News, so that was something that we would connect on.
I became heavily indoctrinated into trad wife culture. We were all absolutely fine with household voting. And that
Wait, so just to clarify, for people who don't know, household voting means the woman does not vote.
So the SAVE Act, in essence, is to take that right away from women.
In 2015 and 16, I felt that the two parties were the same. And even though Trump ran as a Republican, I was very enticed by his outsider status.
Yeah. You heard Trump claim that the election had been stolen. Were any of you like, yeah, they stole this election, Trump won?
Yeah. I did believe that the election was stolen. I believe that the riots were actually, those were patriots. Until I actually switched off Fox News and started getting my news from other places, my information, that's when it finally hit.
Finally hit.
Turned out to be a common factor in leaving MAGA.
I met my now husband in 2021, and they made me watch a documentary on January 6th. And I didn't even know what happened on January 6th prior to the PBS documentary. And I looked at him and I said, Scott, did that really happen? And he was like, where have you been?
It's not easy to believe something firmly and then come to the conclusion that you've been wrong for many years. Was that hard for you?
Yes. That was something that I just couldn't square because I couldn't be wrong because I consider myself intelligent.
I had believed that when Trump ran, that he would be somebody who would be different as an outsider.
It's so sad. They believed this guy. Look at this guy's orange face. Look at all the makeup. They believed this clown.
I think
so
that he was
sad.
correct in pointing out a lot of the flaws of our political system. It just turned out, unfortunately, that he didn't try to solve those or remedy those ills, that he exacerbated them.
Hearing you guys talk about MAGA and about supporting Trump, it sounds like you're talking often about like a cult that's damaging, right?
Yeah.
But he's the president of the United States, and it's not a cult. It's like the dominant political ideology of the United States in this moment.
What MAGA does provide is a place where people feel seen and heard and validated. We used to say, we're not in the cult, the outside world is the cult, and we're not the crazies, the outside world are the crazies.
The group says that leaving MAGA often means losing relationships.
Donald Trump's playing 3D checkers. He can't even play checkers by himself. What are you talking about? Donald Trump can't play. Do you think Donald Trump even knows how to play chess? The guy's never had a fucking driver's license.
With loved ones, but it also teaches them to approach those loved ones with empathy.
When I left MAGA, like I said, I kicked the door open and jumped through. I had a heart full of hate, so I would just go on the offensive and attack anybody and everybody that still supported it. And I've learned over time that that's not going to change anybody. In fact, it's going to push people over. So I've learned to be that empathy, that voice, that concern, the caring voice. You can do this. I did it.
MS Now correspondent David Noriega with that report, and at least a fascinating one. President Trump has undeniably broken a lot of signature campaign promises.
Yeah, he's got a cult. I left the cult. It really is tragic if you think about it. Like, we've got to have a cult. We have to have a cult deprogramming thing, a whole organization that helps people from being cult members. What the hell? What are we doing? How is this not? It's terrifying to me. That's what we need in America, is a fucking anti-cult deprogramming thing for MAGA. I don't know how we bounce back from this, everybody. I don't know how we get out of this. Anyway, that's the show. I gotta shut down early today because I have to go and work on stuff for moving. I'm moving to New Mexico, where I will do my anarchist lifestyle there. I'm gonna grow vegetables. I'll have a little urban homestead. I'll catch the rainwater. I'll use the rainwater to grow vegetables. I'll put solar panels to catch the light of the sun, and I'll have a home that's paid off, and I'll do YouTube stuff, and I'll talk about how I'm building an anarchist resilience, and I'll hope that you'll be along with me for the ride. Please like and subscribe, hang out. We can't do the members only, but Sky City Rebels, I'm not doing a members only stream right now because I got a lot of stuff today, but we normally do an afterglow on Mondays, but today is a little tough. Rain in the desert. Yeah, it does rain. They get almost 10 inches a year, but it all comes at one time, so you have to catch it. You got to catch it. So that's it. And they have this thing called the Rio Grande that goes through that area. This thing, it's called the Rio Grande, and it goes through Albuquerque. So that's why those towns exist. But of course, you know that a lot of the Rio Grande is taken for agriculture, so we can grow livestock feed, which is what an embarrassment. You know what I mean? We need to do that. Yeah, it is exciting. I'm so excited. Thank you. Big move. It's a big move. Riverkeeper. Thank you. It's a big move. It's scary. It's sad, kind of, but also exhilarating. Like I don't really want to leave California, but there's things that I got to move on, you know? And I feel like I'm losing my anchor here, and I'm having to go through the loss of my mother all over again and all that. But it's time. It's time to move on for new adventures. We'll do all sorts of cool stuff out there. Yeah. New Mexico going to get epic fury. New Mexico is about to get epic fury. That's what's going to happen out there for sure. But I really just want to be around people and be in a walkable community, and I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to. I'm moving into a house that is. Does the Rio Grande still exist? Yes, the Rio Grande still exists. It's beautiful. It's a big, beautiful river. Yeah, it's called the Rio Grande, the big, beautiful river. In the summer, in parts of it, it does dry up, but it's underground. Like it dries up, but it's still there. It's still there. Does the Rio Grande still exist? That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to I'm going to go out there and create community and live in a walkable community. I'm very excited about that. I'm moving into a house that was built in 1937. I'm excited about that. I love like old houses, and you can really, they got good bones, you know, you can do really cool. I like that old fashioned shit. I'm going to dry my clothes on a clothesline, you know, I'm going to dry them on a clothesline, because I don't want to use a dryer anymore. I don't even want a dishwasher anymore. I can wash my own goddamn dishes. You know what I mean? I want to get back to basics. I just want to get back to basics, you know? Anyway, I hope you apply. I hope you love life and everything goes okay for you today. It does have a turquoise door. It's true, Chai Pixie has a turquoise door. Pretty cool, right? And it's also got it's arched, which I think is super cool. You don't see that very often anymore. I like it. It's got some character. I like those old buildings. Got a little bit more character, you know. If you haven't watched it, you know, it's funny. They have that little cinder block small wall. And so I was looking up, why do those exist? And apparently back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, they threw all of their compost in there and lit it on fire. It was all of their paper, anything that was flammable. So there's garbage and there's trash, and garbage was anything wet or food related, and trash was any like paper, lawn clippings, that type of stuff. And it was very strict about separating them, but the stuff that was flammable, they lit it on fire. And then someone in the city would come and just with a shovel take the ashes. Isn't that crazy? That was how they did it back then. And it was like, and I had to look up. I'm like, well, who did it? It was usually the kids. The kids would do it. That'd be like your chore as a child to go light the trash on fire. Light the trash on fire. Crazy, right? Now people use it for composting or something. And I think I'll do the same thing. I'll use it for compost. It'd be super cool. For my raised garden, I'm going to grow vegetables for myself. I'm going to do YouTube, and I'm going to live as like an urban homesteader. That's going to be my YouTube channel, Urban Homesteading with Skyjack. Yeah. Save the ashes and make your own soap. Well, it's against the law to burn that shit anymore. You're not allowed to burn that stuff anymore because of air pollution. And once the population got too big, they make that shit illegal. But the structures are still there, and so people have converted them to other stuff. People use them for like flower beds, or they use them for compost piles, stuff like that. When I was a kid, I'm trad man. I'm a trad man. Yeah, I'm super trad. I'm super traditional. Like super traditional, like being your own man, build your own empire, build your own little corner of the world, king your castle and all that. Be autonomous as possible. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, it's super cool though. I thought it was really fun to see, kind of look up what those little architectural vestiges are. And anyway, now it's against a lot of burn shit like that. You're not allowed to burn your trash like in the old days. But they thought it was a great idea back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. It was everyone did it apparently. I didn't know that was a thing. Also, there's even a coal chute where the trucks used to deliver coal to heat your home, and there's still the coal chute is still there, which I think is really cool too. Because when I lived in Virginia, I lived in a house that was, now it's really old. I guess now it's probably 120 years old. Yeah, I think my house was, when I lived in Virginia, my house was, I lived in a few houses that were 100 years old when I lived in them, and I love that. I love all the old shit that's like been generations of people. Like this latch on this window is still here. It's outlasted people. Human beings are dead who have used this latch to open this window. Like, I love that stuff. I like new stuff too, but not if something like if it ain't broken, don't fix it type of guy. If you want to pimp out, like I'm gonna pimp out the basement for my podcast studio, I'll pimp it out and it'll be like, I want to have like a Southwestern speakeasy lounge vibe. But other than that, I'm not really gonna go do a bunch of modern stuff except for the solar panels. That's about it. Solar panels. Anyway. What? You cleaned a house last year with an outdoor pool heated with coal? That's so crazy. That's amazing. That's amazing. Old school incinerators. Yeah, exactly. It's called an outdoor incinerator. Yeah. Living in a brand new apartment complex thanks to infrastructure that the last administration. I lived in a new place when I was in Las Vegas. I lived in only new places, and I liked living in a luxury apartment. That was really nice. I liked that a lot, overlooking the mountains. I loved it. I lived right on the strip. It was great. I had a big fancy pool and all that stuff. It was cool, but I think I prefer just like the simplicity and the humility of having your own little spot, and it's paid off, and it's yours, and you take care of something. Like you're the steward of something. Like you're gonna be dead, and someone else will live in that house. I like that feel, I like that vibe a lot. You're going to be gone, and this building will still be here probably for another 100 years. Those new buildings, they're built for 50 years and they're gone. Those old ones, like if a house is built in 1937, it's still standing. That fucker is going to be here in 2137. It'll be here for another 100 years if people just take care of it. I think so. When I lived in Europe, I lived in a lot of old buildings too. And I lived in one that was super old in a very rich part of town. And I lived in the basement apartment because it was the one I could afford in a real nice neighborhood. And it was so cool. It was so crazy living in this old fucking. Anyway, your house was built in 1932. That's cool. Yeah. I'll live on a boat, man. When I first moved to California, that's what I want. That was my plan, was to get a sleep aboard, a live aboard. But there was like a 2-year waiting list and all this shit. So I just lived on an apartment right on the beach. It sucked though. I had enough money to buy a boat, but I didn't have enough money to live on a boat. Because you had to have the special permit, and then you had to have like a waiting list. And then if you wanted to buy a boat that was already in, you had to buy the slip. Oh my God, fucking bureaucracy trying to live on a boat. Forget it. So I couldn't do it. I had to, but I got to live right on the beach. and I walked to the beach every day, and I ran on the beach every day, and I went surfing every day, and I went boogie boarding every day. It was great. Yeah. Super happy for me. I'm super happy for me too. Thank you. I need the emotional support. I really do. Yeah. Anyway. Hey Sky, can you cover some of the law changes in France regarding the disposal manufacturing obsolescence? Yeah, I will. I'll be happy to. I'll start looking into that. I've read about it a little bit, but I'm not an expert on the new French laws. But I'll be happy to. Sure. Yeah. Only fascists call undocumented people illegals. I know, man. Well, Joe Biden called them illegals, though. Yeah, Joe Biden called them illegals, and he was a fucking fascist as well. Well, fascist light. I think Joe Biden was a diet fascist. Diet fascist. All right. I want to say thank you very much, everybody. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. I want to say a special thanks to Jackie Boyle. Love, love, love you. Thank you so much, Jackie Boyle. I appreciate you so much. Raoul Duke, Jackie Boyle, Steffelson. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know if I could keep doing this if it weren't for you. Thank you for your support, and Godspeed, rebels. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, a little fascist, No, I mean he's fascist. So he's just not like straight up Nazi. Like there's fascist, and then there's Nazi. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. Thanks everybody. I'll see you on the other side, and I'll see you tomorrow for the Morning Sky show. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other. The animals need us most of all. Godspeed, rebels. I'll see you.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.